Hello and welcome to the Actual Tech Media MegaCast. My name is Jess and I am excited to be here with you all today. But before we jump into our content, I have some basic information to cover with you. Let's kick off our day here today by taking a quick tour of your audience console. And we're going to start with the questions window. Now, if you haven't already said hi, there is a whole audience of cool humans out there, so reach out and give a wave to the other members of the Actual Tech Media community. Also, keep in mind that if you have any tech issues today, a browser refresh is going to fix just about anything. But if those tech gremlins are clinging on, no problem. Just throw a comment in the question section and our crew will be there to help. We also want this to be an informative webinar for you. So throughout today's MegaCast, we hope you'll get engaged and ask all of your burning questions. Not only will we have team members responding to you over live chat, we will also have a dedicated Q&A session at the end of our presentations. And if we do not get to your question during the webinar, don't worry, because the awesome experts that we have here with us today will be following up with you after we wrap. All right, next up on our tour, there are going to be lots of cool aha moments in the MegaCast today, and if you want to share those with your community, we've made it nice and easy for you. You can use the Twitter button right there in your audience console, and the hashtag for today's MegaCast will automatically get added to your post. And our last stop on this guided tour, be sure to check out the Handouts tab for some resources and takeaways from our speakers here today. We have an info pack collection of solution briefs, white papers, data sheets, free trials, ebooks, upcoming webinars, and more. So many great resources, so be sure to go explore. And if that wasn't enough fun, we also have some exciting prizes we will be giving away throughout the MegaCast today. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about those later on, but a few quick reminders for you all. You do need to be in attendance here live at the webinar in order to qualify to win a prize, and we will follow up with all winners after we wrap the MegaCast today. Now, all winners must submit an IRS Form W9 to Actual Tech Media, and all winners must meet the Actual Tech Media prize terms and conditions. Now, hey, if you're not sure what those are, no problem. You can find the full T's and C's in that Handouts tab. Again, just click into the Handouts section, scroll down to the bottom, and you'll find the full T's and C's waiting for you there. Now, the absolute most important thing to remember here today is that we love getting all your insightful questions during these live webinars. In fact, we love it so much that we have a special additional prize for all you inquisitive folks out there. In today's MegaCast, we will be giving away a prize for the best question asked in each of our sessions. Now, the expert speakers and teams will review all the questions asked after the webinar, which means that even if your question does not get read out in a live session, there is still a chance to win. If you are a lucky winner here today and would like to donate the value of your prize, we have several wonderful organizations that we partner with. So let us know when we follow up about winning, and we will get that rolling for you. Again, we are so happy to have you all here with us live at the MegaCast today, and we want to keep that good feeling going. So let's connect on social. Reach out and connect with Actual Tech Media on Twitter and LinkedIn. We have lots of great content, and we always want to hear from you. Now, if you're looking for more awesome content right away after we wrap, you want to jump right in, make sure that you subscribe to the Actual Tech Media channel on YouTube. Another fun way to win a prize and to grow this awesome community is to refer an industry friend or coworker to the Actual Tech Media webinar series. Now, you're going to find a link to do that right there in that Handouts tab, and you will also be automatically redirected after we wrap today. Now, both you and your coworker, your friend, could win a prize, and we actually hold those drawings every month. So be sure you refer somebody awesome before you head out today. It could quite literally be a win-win situation. Next, we have a cool opportunity for the decision makers out there to get connected with new and emerging tech and innovative vendors. Here's how it works. All you need to do is click on the link in your Handouts tab and fill out the application. Then the Actual Tech crew will match you with some vendors that we think you should be chatting with based on your needs. There will also be fun opportunities that you can choose to join in, like surveys or test running new solutions, extended demos, and so on. You'll get some chances to win extra prizes, you'll chat with great people, and you will learn about the hottest new trends in tech. So be sure to apply, or hey, send that link to a decision maker in your team. Now, I want to take a quick minute here to remind you about one of my favorite resources, and that is ransomware.org. You can find everything you need to know about ransomware, how to prepare, how to prevent and recover. The site is jam-packed with information, helpful tips, checklists, strategic approaches, case studies, everything you need in one place. So wherever you are in your ransomware preparedness journey, there is something for you at ransomware.org. So go check it out and start exploring. All right, I have one more exciting resource I have to tell you about today, and that is the Gorilla Guide Book Club. It's going to give you access to free enterprise IT books authored by top industry experts, so you can stay up to date on trending enterprise technology. And yes, these books are going to work on your Kindle, your mobile device, and they are completely free, super easy. You can download these awesome resources at gorilla.guide, and there's a link for you in the handouts tab as well. Okay, well, we've covered a lot of important things already, and I don't know about you all, but I am excited to dive in, so let's get rolling. All right, so kicking things off, a reminder that today's topic is building your ransomware preparedness plan. And this is going to be such a cool day because ransomware preparedness is one of the most interesting topics I can think of. I mean, we have the drama of looming threats, the victorious white knight solutions riding in to save the day. There is intrigue, there is mystery. What a movie, right? Now, to be clear, and cinematic pros aside, I'm not being flippant about some very real threats and risks to organizations. I'm just saying that this right here today, this is the good stuff, the preparedness, the planning ahead, the layering, the building, the fortifying. This right here is the stuff that helps us feel more secure, more prepared, and a bit more certain in what can be, if we're being honest, can feel like a pretty uncertain terrain. So that is not even the best part of the day, because the best part of the day is that we will be joined by some awesome experts from KnowBe4, from Zscaler, Veeam, Rubrik, Access Security, Cohesity, Red Canary, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, and Palo Alto Networks. Now, how is that for an all-star cast? I don't know about you all, but I cannot wait to dive in. So let's get things rolling. Now I'm going to pause very quickly here to reintroduce myself if you missed it at the top. Again, my name is Jess Steinbach. I'm a moderator here at Actual Tech Media. Now my friend and fellow moderator Scott Becker will be joining us a bit later in the day. Plus we have the wonderful David Davis, and we have Keith Ward here with us today on live chat. All right, I mentioned prizes a little bit earlier. I said I'd come back to them, so let's chat about those prizes. Today on the MegaCast, you could win one of 3 Microsoft Surface Pro 9 laptops, plus the $300 Amazon gift certificates that we will be giving away every 30 minutes. Now, I do want to remind you that you do need to be in live attendance here at the MegaCast in order to qualify to win. And if you need a little refresher on those T's and C's, I'll remind you that they are linked in the handouts tab for you as well. All right, well, that was it for the housekeeping stuff. We got through that pretty quickly, and let's dive right in. To kick us off here today, I get to chat with an awesome ransomware and fascinating human with lots to dig into a little bit today. Now, a few of you are going to recognize her as one of our recurring ransomware experts, and that's Lindsay Kay, Senior Director, Armor at Recorded Future. So give me one moment here, because we're going to get Lindsay and I out on camera for a keynote chat.
All right. Well, hey, Lindsay, thank you so much for coming back to chat with us some more about ransomware today.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me back.
Well, we've had you on a few times, and we've talked a little bit about ransomware and how it's evolved, and we were talking about some case studies last time that was really interesting. But today we're going to ask you to look ahead. We're going to ask you to look forward and tell us what's coming, what's trending in the world of ransomware that our audience needs to know about.
Sure thing. And I'm happy to talk a little bit about some of the trends we've seen in extortion and where we see it going.
Ooh, yes. Okay, I'm very excited about this. Lindsay, take it away.
Sure thing. So, hi, everyone. My name is Lindsay Kay, and I'm Senior Director for the Advanced Reversing Malware Operations and Reconnaissance Group, an INSIC group at Recorded Future. Outside of running the technical arm of our threat intelligence team, my technical specialty is malware analysis and reverse engineering. So we're all here because we care about ransomware, and it is one of our top cybersecurity concerns. Whether we've dealt with a ransomware attack firsthand at our organization or not, many of us have an understanding of the tools at our disposal to help prevent and recover from an attack. All of the vendors here today have some great guidance and utilities that can help with all 5 pillars that the NIST framework puts forth. So identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover, specifically as they pertain to ransomware. It's critical to understand what tools are available to help us at each stage as we assess where our strengths and gaps in our own detection strategies are. For my portion of today's event, I want to focus on the issue of extortion and talk about it as it relates to both ransomware attacks and some of the extortion-only attacks we've seen over the last year. While this is a separate issue from the file encryption-related extortion used by ransomware threat actors, It's a critical part of many ransomware attacks today. Additionally, data exfiltration takes place prior to file encryption, meaning that our ability to detect and ideally stop it could help avoid the encryption portion of an attack. Much of the discussion around ransomware focuses on the aspects of recovery related to the encrypted files, and a lot less of it is focused on the impact of other extortion techniques like leaking files, DDoS attacks, or publicizing the attack to employees, clients, and the media. All of these extortion techniques can be used to damage the organization's reputation, reduce trust in the ability to operate, or even lead to the ultimate closure of the business. As a result, it's important to understand what threat actors are doing here and what our options are for combating this threat. First, I'll take you through the various extortion techniques threat actors employ with the goal of further incentivizing victims to pay the ransom. One of the oldest techniques that emerged several years ago is the posting of stolen victim information on the dark web and threatening to leak it if the organization doesn't pay. This is sometimes referred to as double extortion. In a similar vein, some threat actors have further escalated the threat of leaked data. In addition to leaking the organization's data, they threaten to leak that of the organization's customers or partners. This sets pressure both because of the damage it can do to the organization's reputation, so now these parties know that they've suffered a ransomware attack, and could put the organization at risk of a lawsuit. And then some threat actors take it even further, contacting the media and others external to the company to let them know the company has suffered a ransomware attack. Outside of data leak-based threats, threat actors will sometimes DDoS an organization, making it even harder for them to get back up and running after the attack. Threatening to release an organization's files is so effective that several threat actors have engaged in extortion-only attacks, leaving out the file encryption portion associated with ransomware attacks entirely. These groups include Karakurt, a group that was fairly active throughout 2022 and, according to cybersecurity researchers, used a lot of the TTPs we see with ransomware threat actors. Things like taking advantage of organizations using single-factor authentication for FortiGate VPN servers to gain initial access using legitimate Active Directory credentials, using Cobalt Strike and MegaCast post-exploitation, and compressing and exfiltrating data using 7-zip, WinZip, and Mega.io. So as you can clearly see, a lot of techniques we use to detect malicious behavior associated with a ransomware attack, especially the TTPs used prior to the dropping of the ransomware itself, are applicable to extortion-only attacks as well. So now that we have an understanding of how threat actors are extorting victims with their leaked data, let's talk about what we can do. A lot of these principles are the same as you would use to prevent a ransomware attack, and for good reason, since both require a lot of the same access, privileges, and TTPs to execute. First, it's clear that the best way to avoid the threat of data-based extortion is to prevent threat actors from gaining access to the organization at all. I won't belabor the point here, but patching vulnerabilities in externally facing systems is critically important. Next, in order to exfiltrate data from organizations, many threat actors use benign tools like 7-zip and WinZip in the Karakurt example. Since these tools are used by typical users in the organization all the time, detection of malicious use becomes much more challenging. And as we know, baselining is also challenging, especially as many organizations operate globally with a diverse set of systems and tools used by their employees. Despite these challenges, a few things we can look for are large transfers of data out of the network, especially if they're going to suspicious or malicious IPs or domains, large data transfers to services like Mega.io or others favored by threat actors, or large data transfers happening outside of normal business hours. Finally, threat intelligence again plays a role here in helping you determine which threat actors are targeting organizations like yours and can help with prioritization. Additionally, both the detection strategies I mentioned previously can benefit from the addition of threat intelligence data, such as feeds of malicious IPs, insight into what TTPs threat actors are using for data exfiltration, and initial access or which vulnerabilities are most often exploited for the tools your organization uses. But what happens in our worst case scenario, one in which we fall victim to an extortion attempt involving organizational data? According to some experts in the field, honesty is the best policy, and being transparent with clients about what has happened is your best bet. They advise that businesses and their reputations can certainly recover after a ransomware attack, but the lost customer trust from lack of transparency is much more difficult to regain. Additionally, others suggest having on hand a press release that you could put out in the event that an incident like this happened is also a good idea. Writing the high-level language before it's needed allows you to plan while you have time. Then, if it's needed, you can just focus on filling in the details. With that, thank you so much again for your time today, and to Actual Tech Media for having me back. And back over to you, Jess.
Thank you so much, Lindsay. So much great information as always, and a great way to kick off our day here. For all the folks out there in the audience who are, furiously taking notes on everything you just said, and getting ready to dive in with our incredible list of vendors that we have here with us today. There's a lot to take in. There's a lot to think about. So if you had to give them sort of one thing they should have in mind, one question they should be asking themselves, one piece of advice, sort of a key takeaway here, what would that be, Lindsay?
Sure thing. So you're going to hear from a wide variety of vendors today. And then each of them kind of has a different sort of offering, and then they focus on different parts of kind of your ransomware recovery and preparedness strategy. So as you're looking at what you do in your own organization, start to think about where your strengths are and what you could kind of beef up. So where are your gaps? So as you hear from these vendors, start to kind of listen to it with that sort of thing in mind, and then use that to guide some of what you hear today.
I like that. So kind of keeping a mental audit log of maybe where you think you might not be as strong, and maybe where you can strengthen some of those opportunities, as well as potentially looking for the things you didn't know, where those gaps are. That's a great takeaway, some great advice. As always, thank you so much, Lindsay, for being here with us to kick us off today. It has been so much fun talking to you.
Thank you so much.
All right, and now it is your turn to answer a question out there, folks. So what is your time frame for adding new or updating existing IT solutions at your company? Now, today, obviously, we are here to talk about ransomware preparedness. So when you're thinking about some of the ransomware preparedness information that you're getting today, what is the timeline that you have in mind? Are you thinking, a little bit more shorter term? You have some urgent needs, urgent things that need to be addressed, or is this more planning ahead? You're looking to revise, to enhance, or maybe even build your very first ransomware preparedness plan, but you want to make sure you're doing it right, so you're kind of planning in that long-term strategy phase. So wherever you are, there's no wrong answer. Just let us know, and this again helps our speakers get an idea for where to address you in this journey here. All right, well, I'll give you just another couple seconds to answer that, and then I think, speaking of the journey we're on here, we should get things rolling because we have a lot to cover today. It is going to be a big day, so I hope you have all gotten nice and comfortable, put on your absolute most cozy socks or slippers or work professional shoes wherever you're at today. Get that coffee refilled, take a good stretch because we are going to jump in now. Ta-da! All right. Well, I am very excited to introduce you all to our first presenter in today's MegaCast, and we are kicking things off on a high note because here with us is the KnowBe4 crew. Our very first expert presenter is James McQuiggan, Security Awareness Advocate at KnowBe4. Now, James, I am so excited to welcome you to the MegaCast to start us off today. I know you've got some really cool info to dive into with all of us, so I'm going to hand the mic right on over to you. Take it away, James.
Hello there, and welcome to Ransomware, Ransomware, and Ransomware. My name is James McQuiggan. I'm a security awareness advocate here at KnowBe4, and excited here to share with this information with you today regarding ransomware and Conti. I'm also the producer of our Security Masterminds podcast that we have at KnowBe4. I'm also a college professor, so I love to talk about cybersecurity all the time. Got a really strong passion for it. Here at KnowBe4, we are the world's largest integrated security awareness training and simulated phishing platform. Hopefully you've heard of us. If not, you definitely got to go check us out and all the awesome capabilities and tools that we have available to help your organization deal with the ongoing problem of social engineering. And I know for me, when I joined KnowBe4 several years ago, for me, looking at the fact that we do this by enabling employees, for me, enabling people to make smarter security decisions every day. And that's with this presentation, plus everything that we do at KnowBe4, that for me is our key mission is to make sure we can help people make those smarter security decisions every day. And hopefully with what you're going to get out of the next time here, you'll be able to take some of that action items back to your organization to help deal with the issue of ransomware. So I'm gonna go through ransomware right now, just kind of baseline where we are with ransomware, what's going on, and then I've got 3 tips from cyber criminals, specifically looking at Conti and the other cyber criminal groups that are out there. Some insights into the Conti ransomware group, how they operated, things that they had going on, and then we'll wrap it up with some final thoughts and get you on your way for the day. Now, the first up is we're going to look at ransomware right now. And essentially what we're dealing with, and I think a lot of folks can agree with this, is ransomware is a data breach. Cyber criminals get into the organization, whether they're getting in through social engineering, they're getting in through unpatched systems, but they end up getting into your environment. And it used to be years ago, they would get in, they would drop the ransomware and get out. And it was more of a nuisance type of attack because they might get 1 or 2 machines in your environment. You would know they were there. You would have to pay the ransom. And it wasn't very much way back then. And when I say way back then, we're talking before 2019. Now, since November of 2019, cyber criminals now do a lot more than that. They get inside the organization. They're looking for anything and everything they can get their hands on and exfiltrate it back out of the organization. Sometimes you have multiple attacks from various other cyber criminal groups coming in. They will certainly drop in some malware that will allow them to exploit various systems. They're going to look for your backups and delete those. They're going to certainly steal all the data before they encrypt your system or systems. And then once they have your data, they're then going to extort the organization, the upper management, the executive suite, board of directors, employees, clients, customers, patients. They're all looking to make money. The cyber criminals, that's their one goal. They just want to make money. And they're going to either publicly shame the organization, leak the data, whether that's intellectual property, employee records, patient records, whatever it may be. But they're looking to make life very problematic. But they want to get paid, so they're going to make their sites as easy as possible to be able to reach them, get their money, and be able to move on overall. Now, when we think about cyber criminals and that high level of sophistication they would have to be doing with creating these programs that can encrypt all of the data, not the operating system, but all of that data, they are now making it a lot easier where you've now got ransomware as a service. We've heard our software as a service, platform as a service, incident response as a service. Well, there's ransomware as a service, malware, phishing, all these services that are out there. And the ransomware is basically you just provide the email addresses and they give you the tool where it's menu driven. You've got it so where you could pay a flat fee, kind of like what Philadelphia was doing several years ago. They even had a YouTube page. Some of them were free. Some want to split the profits with you, whether it's 50-50, 70-30. You even had various tiered levels as well. DarkSide was your internet access broker. They were buying access into organizations and then leveraging the ransomware as a service tool to gain access and looking to be able to split the profits. You use their tool, well, you're going to give them either a yearly subscription fee or you're going to pay based on, you're going to get a cut of the profits because the money ends up coming into that organization that you're getting the tool from. And then they end up, you work for them almost as an affiliate. All right, what I want to do now is kind of get into 3 tips from cyber criminals. And these tips I found through Twitter, through various other online sites. Some of their own public shaming sites that are on the internet are also on the Onion Router network or Tor network. And over the years, been going through and looking at some of the various sites that they had information and put together these 3 tips that they recommend, because after they had attacked an organization, lo and behold, in some of the chats, there were questions, well, how do I protect myself from this happening again? And ironically, they answered, and that's where this information comes from. So I've got 3 tips that I want to share with you. But I want to give some insight first into what a ransomware operator is like. And so first up is this cyber criminal profile that I came across on the VX Underground website, where they actually interviewed a ransomware operator. And it was interesting because the person was a system administrator. They'd worked as one. They worked as one for the ransomware operator group that they were with. Throughout the conversation, their attitude, and granted, you can't take tone or emotion from the words given, but you kind of get the sense that they felt they were arrogant that they were never going to be captured. It was like, nope, the US, the West aren't smart enough to be able to capture me. We know what we're doing. The West doesn't, that kind of thing. So it's quite interesting. They did have some certifications. They had CompTIA and Cisco certifications. So they've gone through and been testing and had been a pen tester. They were a consultant. They considered themselves a negotiator with regards to the ransomware attacks, but they didn't consider themselves a criminal, which I thought was quite interesting. Again, they probably feel that what they're doing is right for where they live and not, and the US and the West is the enemy. They had no fear of the Federal Bureau of Investigations, the FBI, but they were afraid of Mandiant, which was quite interesting. They were stating, and the discussion came up about how much money they make, and some of the ransomware operators, some of the leaders of those ransomware operator groups were making millions of dollars, doing quite well for themselves. Love to watch Netflix for the serial killer documentaries. Read into whatever you want from that. They used a shadow banker to be able to launder all their millions of dollars. And some of them were creating LLCs to launder the money, sometimes using OnlyFans. So if you know, you know. They hated Americans throughout the whole interview. They were stating about how they didn't like America, but they, at the end, their question was, what would be one thing you wish you could change in your life? And it was, I wish they were born in America, and maybe I'd end up working for Google. So a little insight to one of the ransomware operators, one of the hundreds, maybe thousands of the ransomware operators that are out there. All right, so let's talk about the first tip. And the first tip that they recommended out of the various cybercriminal groups was to patch. Now, we all know that, yes, we know we need to patch. However, a lot of the times they were able to get in through systems that were not patched. So as much as organizations say that we take security seriously, we need to make sure that they're taking it seriously enough, because we need to make sure those external systems are being patched as quickly as possible. Because even now, as soon as an exploit is, a vulnerability is made available, you've got the cyber criminal groups out there running their scans, looking for those vulnerable systems so they can run their exploits. Within hours, they've got an exploit written so that they can go through and target those systems. So it was critical that organizations are patching those external facing systems as quickly as possible. And while there are change management processes that we have in our organizations, it's important that we allow for those emergencies, because when you've got one that cyber criminals are able to start exploiting within hours, you certainly want to make sure you're updating your external systems. And granted, some enterprise organizations, that's easier said than done. But again, cybersecurity, any kind of security, we're all dealing with risk. And for them, patching was kind of one of those top tips. Even in one of their little documents, this came out of the Conti group, the Hacker's Quick Start Guide that got translated. They basically were talking about, how to do network hacking, and felt that IT professionals didn't have a lot of that experience. They were more experienced in administration, but modern networks can be hacked. If there's no known vulnerabilities and the entry points found, then, go look for some other entry points. Look for vulnerabilities yourself. Look for a person. There's our social engineering. And look to see if there's another target with similar information as well. So this was, this comes out of their own playbook of what to do with, if you can't find a vulnerability, go after a person, look for other ways to get in, but you basically want to work your way around and figure out how to gain access into those environments. Now, the second tip that you can go with, tip number 2, isolate your backups. I mentioned earlier that cyber criminals love going after your backups. Once they get inside your environment, they want to go find those backups and get those encrypted, delete them as well, all at the time of when they launch the ransomware attack. And so it's crucial that we have those backups, and we remember the ever famous 3-2-1 for your backups. Keep 2 local, and then one have off network, maybe even in the cloud. Having it in the cloud is good because a lot of the time they might be doing versioning that'll help you out as well. If you're not able to back up your cloud systems, or you don't want to put your data, your confidential, strictly confidential, sensitive information, strategies, IP, whatever, into the cloud, then you want to make sure you've got offline backups as well. Maybe those are done weekly, so that you can, at least get your systems back up and running. You're a week old, but having those backups. And of course, the most important thing that comes out of that is test and check your backups. Make sure they're working properly and you're not running into any issues where when you do try to recover after a ransomware attack that you can't because they were corrupted several months ago. So it's important to go through, have your backups, 3, 2, 1, but also check them as well. Now, moving on to our third item, they always said, check the links. They were sending in those emails, the phishing emails, the social engineering, and basically people would be clicking on links. And so their response was, check the links, hover over. But sometimes we may have run into issues where people don't know what they don't know what they're looking for. So for me, I have 3 questions when it comes to emails and dealing with links. And the first one is the email unexpected? Is this person a stranger? Hashtag stranger danger. Are they asking me to do something immediately or quickly, or does the action seem strange or unusual? If any of these I'm answering yes to, I'm going through and going to verify this some way or another, whether I'm going to check the link, verify the link, see who it's coming from, see if I can connect with that person and go, hey, did you mean to send me this email where you want me to open this new document regarding my performance report, i.e. from my boss? When they never said anything about sending me performance reports, or it's not that time of the year for performance reports. It could be something where I'm not expecting the email. It's coming from a complete stranger and it's regarding our benefits. I'm going to take the extra moments to go through and verify who it is. Now, when we need to be able to go through and check your links, it's important that we educate our users and folks that are, when we say check the links, we got to educate them and make sure they're aware of, they know what they're looking for. And if not, they have a way to be able to communicate with somebody that can, whether that's inside the organization or IT help desk. And while some folks are going to look at this going, yeah, well, now that's a delay in productivity. They're supposed to be clicking on that so they can open up the platform or environment where they can go work on that ticket or whatever. Well, then they should already know what that looks like. But it's important that we go through and we're checking those links, looking for misspellings, making sure that it's not the link has not been changed, or it looks like Microsoft.com, but it's actually Microsoft. Those kind of things. Taking that extra moment to go through and verify those links is crucial overall. So those are the 3 tips that we got from cyber criminals on how to protect your organization. What I want to talk about now is go into and discuss Conti, the Conti ransomware group, where in the summer of 2021, they had their playbook leaked out online, and it goes through pretty well the cyber kill chain overall. You see right at the beginning, you've got that initial reconnaissance where they go through and find the website, have a look at what their revenue is, and check the website, if possible. Then you're going through once you've gained access to the system. Okay, what kind of AV are they running? What's the user account? What groups are they a part of? Looking for domain controllers. They're now putting together the recon work of where they're going to, of what their targets are, what kind of groups they belong to, and then looking at dumping the shares. And all of this is them working through to work their way over to get to the domain controller. And once they get in there, they're looking at doing a Kerberos attack. Then doing a dump of all the passwords and using MegaCast to be able to get those and look at privileges and dump the credentials overall for that as well. And then, there were 37 pages of this. These are the first 3. But basically looking to start collecting up as much data and information from the servers as possible. They're already in the network. They're probably going to be working to maintain persistence as well. But then we see all the literally play-by-play of what they're doing when they get inside those systems. So, whether you put together as part of your own playbook, you've got some sort of something in your incident response where you can look at commands that are being run unusually from somebody's system that, here's a whole variety that could run. And if all of them get entered, then you know you might have somebody in your network and you could alert your SOC team of that. Now, we've stepped back to February of last year, and we have the Russians invading Ukraine, and then we have the Conti group standing up and saying, hey, we stand with Russia. If anybody attacks Russia, we will attack back. And then the next day, they kind of took a step back from that and goes, we are defending Russia. We're not standing with Russia. I think they might have got some heat inside, but I think this angered some of the people that worked with Conti that were not Russian. And you had one where they went ahead and created a Twitter account and essentially went through and leaked 160,000 internal chats and a slew of their files from their own environment. Everything from source code to the chats to videos, training materials, and everything else that came through. So this was quite the big exposure against Conti overall. And from that, we were able to learn a lot about the organization overall. They kind of operated like a small and medium business. You had leadership with Starn and Target. You had Mango, who was basically out there recruiting new people to come and work either as coders, testers, pen testers, doing OSINT work, actually doing that level 1 attacks once they got inside the organization. This business was actually working with third-party contractors. The groups that were doing the spamming, the internet access brokers or identity access brokers, you had them working with TrickBot and Emotet. Again, this is their third-party supplier. And you had all these different departments, essentially, kind of like a small, medium business. And one of the other things that came out of this was the leak of all their training videos. These videos ended up coming from the Pen Testing Academy and dealing with all kinds of training, everything from Cobalt Strike, PowerShell, red teaming, SQL Server, Active Directory attacks, how to use Metasploit. And these videos were actually dubbed into Russian. They were originally in English, and then they had the Russian overdub on it. But basically, I got the sense that this was almost like a call center where they were bringing people in, paying them not a lot of money just to get them to do the basic work, while your other folks in the organization, the group, were paid a lot more because they were the leaders going out and getting people and making the decisions for the group overall. Just to give you an idea really quick, here's some of the chat. Can someone open the door? Hit the door hard. Just be careful, it's painted. Don't get dirty. So apparently we're dealing with a physical location where the door gets stuck. Now, granted, yes, this is from 2020, but this is height of COVID, September of 2020. So you still had people coming into offices and working. Communications, hey, I like talking to your mom. She's a big romantic. So they knew each other. Now, whether he was being facetious here in that comment, but you get the idea that while they're having fun, there's a lot of mistakes going on. You know, we're out of Bitcoin, 4 new servers, 3 VPN subscriptions, 22 renewals are out, send some Bitcoin. So they're having to pay with Bitcoin for this and severely needing workflow management tools, tracking tools. They lost control over a lot of bots. They were past due on virtual servers. Another server's messed up. You messed me up, $100 fine. They would be fined if they made mistakes. Could you imagine in your work environment where you worked, if you made a mistake and being fined $100? Because basically the people that didn't make a mistake were the employee of the month and got that bonus. And so all that money went into a kitty and they were all able to get it. And of course you got happy for the weekend, Saturday be a day off, same as Sunday. Hooray! You know, so there you go. One of the quotes I found in the chat I thought was really interesting. Our work is generally not difficult, but monotonous, doing the same thing every day. So you get a little insight in the fact that they're doing the same thing every single day, sending out those phishing emails, trying to gain access. That's not working, trying something else. I would really be curious to see the number of failures they experience. We always have the quote, you know, even if we're right 99% of the time, cyber criminals can still get in. If we're 99% of the time we're right, they're working to get that 1%. And that's for them is constantly doing the same thing over and over and over again, trying to get in. Essentially, your Conti group made about 2.7 billion since 2017. 180 of that, one of their big years was in 2021. 60 to 100 employees, and they were only paid about $1,000 to $2,000 a month in Bitcoin. And so, you know, then the employees have got to be able to change that into, you know, real cash if they're going to be buying stuff, you know, there in wherever they're living. They collaborated with the Emotet group overall. They were maintaining an infrastructure for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, doing a lot of OSINT work, trying to gain access into organization, that social engineering overall. So the ransomware family migration, you can look to see where the top, which have been in the top groups overall. Conti was up there, Revel. But in 2022, we saw a lot of new groups come onto the scene. Black Cat, Hive, Caracut, kind of look at it, you see other ones kind of fell off. So you may have groups that might have broke apart and then resettled with other groups or created new groups of their own, just constantly spreading their expertise and information throughout. All right, so let's wrap this up here with some final thoughts. Essentially, humans are the biggest attack risk. We've seen that. Social engineering is huge. That's how the cyber criminals are getting in the majority of the time. And people are a critical layer within the fabric of your security program, your last line of defense, your human firewall. So it's important that you go through and do the training. You go through and assess their phishing expertise and knowledge, see what they're falling victim to, train them so they know what to spot on the links, on the phishing emails, and then go through and be phishing your users, even using the artificial intelligence driving agent that we have as well. ADA, and then review those results and constantly run that cycle. The more frequent you do it, the better off you will be. All right, so here we've got some actual advice from Conti. So I know I did at the beginning the 3 tips, but here's some advice from them. You know, restricting access for your regular users, using different passwords for all your different accounts. Check your admin's activity. This one was quite interesting in going through and making sure that your admin's activity, you're monitoring that overall. Making sure you've got a complex storage system, you're not using a flat network, and of course, being able to protect LSAS dumps on all your computers as well, restricting that ability overall, because that's what a lot of cyber criminals are going after. Now, no matter what you end up doing, if you do get hit with ransomware, you want to make sure you're wiping those machines, nuke it from orbit. A lot of the times you don't know what kind of other artifacts have been left behind in the system. Organizations have been known to have been hit twice. Definitely check out our ransom tool that we have available on our website. Allows you to verify and see what kind of ransomware attacks scenarios could happen to you overall. You get results in just a few minutes. Of course, our ransomware hostage rescue manual, you got a free copy available for you out on the website, knowbefore.com/ransomware. Download that. That's free. So there's another freebie. So with that, I want to thank you all for your attention here today. You're welcome to find me, email me here, or find me out on LinkedIn or Twitter. And just remember, keep calm and don't click.
That's a great ending thought there for all of us. Keep calm and don't click. I like it. Thank you so much, James, for that awesome presentation. That was a great way to kick off the MegaCast, just jam-packed with information. Getting a lot of shout-outs from the audience today, which I love. You guys are just awesome, and I'm loving seeing all of the personal stories and personal experiences that you're sharing. So keep that coming. That's great. That's so nice for the other folks in the audience to see and hear, you know, what has worked and what has gone well for your teams, things that you've thought about or explored. So love that. Amazing. High fives to everybody. Gold stars all around. Speaking of gold stars, you get an extra bonus gold star if you've already clicked on the poll. So there's a poll question up on the screen for you here. What additional information would you like to get about the Know Before solution? So let Know Before know how they can follow up with you. Click on that poll there. While you're doing that, I'll also remind you to head on over to the Handouts tab. So that what James was just talking about, that Ransom sort of test run, you can download that from Know Before. Basically, it allows you to check how vulnerable your network is against ransomware and crypto mining attacks. It is a very interesting, maybe a bit scary, but totally worthwhile test. So please do go check that out. I also think it's time for our first prize giveaway. So why don't I do that while you're all downloading, you know, ransoms and clicking on polls and being very active individuals out there. So we will give away a $300 Amazon gift card and a Microsoft Surface Pro 9. Now, I do want to remind you that you need to be here live and present at the MegaCast in order to win. Our very first winner of a $300 Amazon gift card is Andrew Sheely of Massachusetts. Andrew Sheely of Massachusetts, you have won a $300 Amazon gift card. And our very first winner of a Microsoft Surface Pro 9 laptop is Peter Quimsia. Yep, Quimsia. QumsiYeh. Someone tell me how to pronounce that. QumsiYeh. Peter, I'm just going to say it fast, of Ohio. If your name is Peter with a confusingly spelled last name and you're from Ohio, you may have won a Microsoft Surface Pro 9. Thank you so much for that, and for anyone who can teach me how to pronounce that. Let's keep things moving right along, though, because we have another amazing presentation in the wings here, and I cannot wait to get started. So I am going to move things. Last chance to click on the poll, and gone. All right. Well, I am very excited to introduce you all to our next expert presenter here on the MegaCast. We will be chatting with Emily Laufer, Threat Research Product Marketing Manager. How cool is that job? Well, Emily, I cannot wait to hear more from you. So I'm going to hand the mic right on over. Take it away.
Thank you so much, and I'm excited to be here. I hope everyone's having a fantastic Wednesday, April 12th, and maybe some of you are getting ready for RSA coming up. If so, come visit me at the booth, the Zscaler booth. All right, cool. Let's jump right in. Make sure I can advance these slides. Building your ransomware preparedness plan. And I'm Emily Laufer. Okay, awesome. So let's look at ransomware today. This is a little timeline snapshot going back just to 2016. And we can see back in the day, there was a couple ransomware gangs, and they were sort of active. They had just started targeting enterprises, and now you fast forward to today, and we have hundreds of ransomware gangs with thousands of affiliates executing ransomware. So the chances have increased significantly that you can get hit. And no company is immune, but we'll talk more about that in just a second. Let's see. So what is, going on out there? Well, of course, attacks are increasing, and they're costing way more money. Last year, the average ransomware attack topped $5 million. They're requiring a lot more resources, and ransomware as a service is a thriving sub-industry on the dark web. So we're seeing this accelerate the amount of attacks and the ability for novice threat actors to get involved. Also, they're having way more impact. 70% of organizations are impacted with billions of dollars in losses across the board. So if you weren't convinced before now that you needed to worry about ransomware, although I'm sure you were because you're on this webinar, you should be. Next. I, of course, am a part of our Threat Labs team, and Threat Labs does annual reports and looks at the data within Zscaler Cloud, which processes trillions of transactions and daily. And we have found that there was an 80% year-over-year growth last year in ransomware attacks. And that double extortion attacks, that's where they grab your data and then they threaten to put it up on a leak site, increased by 117%. This is important because that double extortion increases the pressure on victims to pay, regardless of if they can recover from backups. We saw Conti as the most prevalent ransomware family, no surprise. And we also saw that 8 out of 11 of the top ransomware families were using ransomware as a service model, meaning that they probably had hundreds or thousands of affiliates potentially out there helping them execute their ransomware schemes. And we saw a 643% increase against healthcare organizations, no surprise given the landscape last year. Moving forward. So why do you need a preparedness plan? Well, of course, those rising ransomware attacks, as I said before, no company is immune. Of course, those financial losses and reputation losses are super significant. So preparing and practicing for ransomware attacks helps identify those gaps. You can even then close some of those gaps and prepare properly. We'll talk about that more too. You can recover faster, reduce the pressure to pay the ransom, and even help mitigate that reputation damage. And of course, you probably have compliance requirements, and you need to demonstrate that you are meeting your regulatory requirements with a proper plan in place to avoid penalties. Building your ransomware plan. So I went ahead and threw everything I'm going to talk about in the 5 stages to preparedness right up here on this slide. But I don't want you can grab a screenshot if you want, but I don't want you to dwell too much because we're going to go through each one of these. But the 5 stages I've outlined are doing a risk assessment, your backup and recovery strategy, having an incident response plan, employee awareness training, and regular testing and updating. So let's get into the first stage here, risk assessment. So you can, first of all, leverage a lot of great already pre-made risk assessments. You can grab those from CISA, NIST, CIS technology vendors, all sorts of third-party risk service providers will help you do this, but definitely even, Zscaler and your other technology vendors are going to have these different risk assessments available for you if you don't know where to get started on conducting a risk assessment. But the main key components are identify and prioritize your critical assets. You need to know what you have and where it is before you can really protect it. If you're still languishing without knowing these things, this is going to be number one for you. You're going to evaluate your existing security measures against the risks and threats of ransomware, along with knowing what those critical assets are. You're going to identify potential vulnerabilities. This is going to be technology vulnerabilities, human vulnerabilities, all across the board. And you're going to determine the potential impact of a ransomware attack. This is really helpful, especially as you're messaging what your plan is to leadership, and if you go back and ask for, say, additional budget in order to improve something, close a certain gap, you want to have that outlined for them as best as you possibly can. Like, if this particular system were to go down, or if this were to happen in a ransomware attack, what would the kind of cost be to us? What would the operating cost be to us? Say over a 2-week period, which is kind of an average time to recover from a ransomware attack. And it could be way longer than that. So you could kind of go from worst case scenario and back into sort of a more conservative strategy. All right, next, backup and recovery. So we've actually gotten really good as a security industry at doing backups and recoveries, but if you're not on that train, you should be. So identifying the types of data that you have and classifying that data, determining your backup frequency, retention periods, especially against what those compliance mandates tell you, ensuring the backups are stored securely and safely, as well as off-site, and testing those backup and recovery procedures, ideally monthly or quarterly, and then verifying availability in terms of a disaster, especially a ransomware attack. So, of course, it's ideal to use multiple backup methods and to remember that ransomware gangs often try to identify what your backup schedule is, where it is, and how they can possibly encrypt that as well to ensure that they get the payday from you. So we do see this where they're trying to grab backups, and sometimes companies are only recovering because they have maybe a system that was offline at the particular time that they got hit by ransomware, or they have a great data backup recovery strategy or solution in place which helps prevent this type of behavior from happening and prevents those threat actors from actually getting at those backups. Something to consider. All right, next. Incident response plan. You got to have an incident response plan. And of course, it needs to define those roles and responsibilities really clearly, that phone tree, and establishing communication protocols, determining escalation procedures, developing containment and recovery strategies within there. So one thing I want to note here is that you definitely need offline, printed, and multiple versions of, or multiple stored versions of this so that you can access it in the event that you have no system access. Otherwise, if it's sitting on a system, the system gets encrypted, you don't have your phone tree, you can't go around calling all the people that you need to in order to activate, this incident response plan. Another thing is as you go through and you build this, plan for that worst case scenario and consider the really fringe cases, like what if you are locked out of all systems? What will happen? I heard a story about a data center where the doors failed closed, so they couldn't even get in. So you have to decide at that point, do you change the settings to advanced, to fail open, or do you buy an axe or have an axe nearby so you can get into that data center when it fails closed? Those are the kind of little things that people don't really consider. I also heard of a school district getting hit, and something that they didn't scope or expect was that their lunch system went down. And that lunch billing system going down was a huge problem for them. So going through and really thinking about what are all the systems in scope, what would it mean if each one of them went down, prioritizing that, and then also determining the containment and recovery strategies, including investigation. At what point do we call in, the CEO and let them know, hey, there's something going on? in terms of de-escalation. So knowing that really clearly, knowing who's investigating, how they're doing that, and how you're actually containing, and even how you're going to then respond. Are you going to call in a third party at that point? Do you have that third party pre-identified? Things like that. Next, employee awareness training. So I know that the presentation before me touched on employee awareness training a bit, but it's so important to educate your employees on ransomware and how to recognize it, because they are your first line of defense against these attacks. And the well-trained workforce can, of course, reduce the likeliness of a damaging attack. So providing that training on a regular basis, those security best practices, and of course, conducting phishing simulations is really going to help your workforce understand the threats and help you to prevent them as the first line. That needs to be in your overall preparedness plan. Regular testing and updating. Remember that a ransomware plan is not a static document. It is a living, breathing document that needs to be updated regularly. Again, if you're going to do testing monthly or quarterly, that's when you want to be updating it. I would say the absolute longest you could go with updating it ideally would be a year, but really quarterly or every other quarter would be super ideal. Regular tabletop exercises. Also, there's a lot of companies out there that are now offering service offerings to help you with these tabletop exercises and run those simulations for you to identify gaps and areas for improvement. And staying up to date on emerging threats and security trends. And how do you do that? One of the ways is going to be reading and consuming research from ransomware experts like our Threat Labs group, which I represent, and seeing what do they say is coming. You know, understanding like, hey, there's quad extortion attacks going on where I'm going to get hit, where my data is going to get stolen, it's going to be put on a leak site potentially or threatened to. I'm going to be hit with a DDoS attack. They're also going to be contacting, you know, my stakeholders, my customers, my, you know, executives, and putting pressure on that way to pay the ransom. Now that I know that, I can prepare and bake that into my plan. So keeping up on those trends is also really important. So how do we then defend against ransomware? Well, here's a little defense advice from DarkSide ransomware gang. This is actually not terrible advice. These 17 points to a victim on how to prevent future ransomware attacks are pretty amusing. The list provides a good sense of how ransomware groups break into networks, move laterally, compromise an organization's domain controller, and the bullet points provide good advice to system administrators, like note the principle of least privileged access, segmentation and multiple layers, such as network segmentation, OS segmentation. Sandboxing is very apparent in this list. This, you know, can greatly reduce the attack surface and limit damage. So if you want to grab a screenshot of this list from the DarkSide ransomware gang, but let's follow along and get some other advice as well. So how can we help stop ransomware with zero trust? We talked about a lot of the things that we could do for our preparedness plan, but part of preparing is also evaluating those technology gaps and those security gaps in your program and saying, how can I future-proof against these attacks in a better way? Zero trust is one of those frameworks that can come into play and really help you to shore up your security program. So in terms of ransomware, most attacks have the same story. They're going to come in, they're going to exploit gaps in your attack surface, vulnerabilities, misconfigurations, exposed assets. They're going to, you know, do that recon, look for those zero-day exploits that they can get in. They're going to make that initial compromise. So this is going to be from those employees clicking on phishing emails. This is going to be using exploit kits, malicious docs that then deliver the ransomware. And they're getting really, really sophisticated phishing scams. I'm just currently about to release a phishing report from Threat Labs. And I got to tell you, these guys are so sophisticated now. Not even the researchers can necessarily tell an attack with their naked eye anymore. They have to dig a little bit deeper. So how are your employees going to avoid all of them, right? So you want to definitely be putting in place zero trust initiatives to prevent that initial compromise. And then, of course, if they do get in, the lateral movement, that unrestricted access where they can then go and find those high-value targets. And then finally, the last stage is where they execute. Usually they grab the data first, they exfiltrate it, and then they execute that ransomware on your systems. So those are the final stages. Okay, so what do we do? So ransomware protection across the attack chain. Let's look at how Zscaler's Zero Trust security architecture maps to the ransomware attack chain. So at the very beginning, we want to go ahead and minimize that attack surface. So Zscaler comes in, we hide all the applications behind the proxy and restrict access. So there's not that initial visibility and entry point, and we try to close all the gaps for the vulnerabilities, and we eliminate VPN, making the attack surface non-existent. Next, in terms of preventing initial compromise, we do full SSL inspection, browser isolation. We offer advanced threat protection that is also fueled by my 250 threat researchers, and they're updating that every day with over 250,000 daily updates. And sandbox, of course, that you have to have a great sandbox in place in line that's going to grab and look at stuff and make sure it's not malicious. And then deception technology, those little decoys out there that ring the alarm bells and basically the doorbell saying, hello, I'm a hacker and I'm here in your environment. And that alerts security right away that something is not right. So that really prevents a lot of the initial compromise stuff, and also helps to eliminate lateral movement going over with those decoys, because if they start moving around, they're going to be exposed by those decoys. Also, connecting users directly to applications, and workloads. This is super important because then they cannot move across your network laterally to find high-value targets. They are essentially blindfolded once they're inside, so they can't compromise additional systems or steal additional credentials. And then finally, we want to stop the data loss. If they do happen to land on the right system with the right stolen credentials that they got from a phishing attack or something, we need to make sure that they're not taking out that data. So coming back in, we have data loss prevention with that full SSL inspection, CASB, we have cloud firewall and posture control to help you prevent that, and also detect any sort of encryption event and stop it and quarantine it right away. So these are the type of things, the always-on SSL inspection that goes across the board here, and this proxy architecture with a zero trust twist that makes it very, very difficult for ransomware threat actors to actually do what they want to do across the attack chain going forward. Here's a little example of how we cover those gaps, a before security architecture and an after, as I just described. So before, limited SSL inspection, out-of-band sandboxing doesn't catch everything. That pass-through architecture that says, if I don't know if this is a threat, I'm just going to allow it. Complex and efficient segmentation policies, which I know a lot of companies still have and need to eliminate. And then standalone NTA, and then of course, standalone EDP and DLP, so the no support for detection and response or data loss protection. Time to shift these. All right. And I know we just have a couple more minutes here. So best practices for ransomware defense from Zscaler. The first one is keep software and training up to date. And I went ahead and highlighted that in this sort of teal green color because this is really on the security team. You have to have your own process for this. There are vendors out there to help you as well, but for the most part, applying security patches and keeping that security hygiene going is on the security team. So remember, patch, patch, patch. Next, get your applications off the internet. So the next 2 through 6, you'll notice I put in this kind of salmon color. And these ones are all provided by Zscaler and our Zero Trust networking, or a Zero Trust network access architecture. And so you'll get an idea of that. So get your applications off the internet, go ahead and hide them behind that proxy. Don't let the bad guys find them. Enforce a consistent security policy with SSE architecture across the board with a distributed workforce, so it doesn't matter who's connecting to you, whether or not they're an employee, a third party, a contractor, a partner, they're all have the consistent security policy applied to them. Implementing zero trust network access architecture, this granular user to application and application to application segmentation that brokers access is going to be a huge help in eliminating that lateral movement. Deploying inline data loss prevention, of course. You do not want your data to leave. That's going to help thwart that pressure to pay with the double, triple, and quad extortion tactics. And then, of course, this is on you as well. Have a response plan, so I put it in teal. And that's what we talked about today, is preparing for the worst and including, a cyber insurance approach to that, data backup plan, and your overall response plan for business continuity and disaster recovery. Now, if you want to test your defenses, go ahead and visit zscalerstestmydefenses.com. I threw the URL up there. There is a specific ransomware risk assessment as well as an internet threat exposure analysis that you can grab and pull into your presentations, especially as you go to leadership and say, look, we figured out that we are at risk in these ways, and we want to share that, with you. There's the actual URL now up on the screen. And so that's a great way to make your slide decks as you go to leadership and present some of your findings and your gaps. All right. And finally, if you want to learn more because you are trying to get your team up to snuff on ransomware, check out the 2022 Ransomware Report by Zscaler Threat Labs. This is going to give you a lot of the latest statistics, industry trends, data on ransomware families, and new evolving techniques and things like that. We are also going to be releasing a 2023 report in just a couple months. Look for that in June. So go ahead and catch up on the 2022 report, and then make sure to keep an eye open for the 2023 report. I appreciate you so much, and I'm open for questions now. Do we have any?
Awesome. Yes, we do. Emily, thank you so much. Such an engaging presentation, start to finish. Just a lot of fun to listen to, and absolutely jam-packed with information. Thank you so much for that. I do want to dive into some questions. Before we do that, I'm just going to put this poll up on the screen here. And what we're wondering is what additional information you would all like to get about the Zscaler solution. So, Emily, there was at least 2 requests in there for folks that wanted your slides. So I flagged those for your team. But this is another great way that for all of you out there that thought there were some great resources included, and there obviously were, please click on the poll right now and let Zscaler know what information they can send you to follow up in response to everything that we just kind of went through with Emily here. So while you're doing that, she and I are going to dive into some questions. Emily, you ready?
I'm ready.
Excellent. We're a little short on time, so I'm actually going to combine like 5 or 6 questions that we got all into, one big super question for you, Emily. There was a few questions. I know, right? We're the mega question. There was a few questions of folks asking about what sort of resources you would recommend, people that wanted to do a little bit of additional resources. And there was also several questions in here about cyber insurance. So I'm going to make this sort of a 2-part question. First off, what are the resources that you would recommend, especially as you were talking about this is a living document, folks need to be updating constantly. So where would you start with that? And then if you can give any sort of specific pointers for either if it's a resource or a piece of advice when considering cyber insurance. And I'll kick that mega question on over to you, Emily.
Absolutely. So you should be doing those tabletop exercises and just kind of reviewing the plan and making sure nothing has changed in terms of keeping things up to date with that living, breathing document. But you can also rely on a lot of external resources that are available to help organizations develop and implement ransomware response plans. There are cybersecurity consultants out there. There's managed security providers, government agencies, industry associations. I also love relying on my vendors and saying, what do you have? Because most vendors are going to be keeping up with this as well and trying to create monthly, quarterly, or annual kind of exports that are meant to help security teams keep their response plans up to date and stay up on the latest trends. So those kind of things are really helpful, and always leaning back on your vendors, I'd say, is the easiest route to kind of get that information because they're doing the work regardless, and then they can pass it through to you. But definitely, of course, you should be following all those big government agencies. You should be listening to podcasts. You should be doing all those things and just consuming information. But, of course, when it's time to update, go back, grab that, and say, hey, you guys, I'm going to do an update on my response plan. I need the latest and greatest. What are the checkboxes I'm not considering? And see what they'll go ahead and send you. And then the second one, cyber insurance. Cyber insurance is really important. It's also tricky these days. Of course, ransomware is the #1 use case right there. But it can also play a role in your response plan. Of course, it's going to be that financial protection that you want to include and have considered. I will tell you it can also be a double-edged sword, because attackers, if they can find your cyber insurance information once they get into your environment, which they do try to do, they'll actually try to gear their ransom demands for what coverage you have. And they'll say, what coverage do you have? And they'll try to get you to tell them, and then they'll make their demand exactly at that coverage level so that it doesn't affect you and you can't really say no. But that's something to consider up front and put in your plan. And also definitely look at getting cyber insurance policies, go over them with a fine-tooth comb, go back if you have any of those cybersecurity consultants and say, is this what I need, what's normal, what am I missing here? Like, for example, sometimes they won't cover the second attack by the same ransomware gang. So these ransomware gangs are rebranding, but then the question is, if the rebrand is discovered, will they cover it then? So it's important to find that out, because a lot of times people get hit twice within 24 months by ransomware. So you should expect that and prepare for it. And then also, of course, the amount of expenses incurred during and after attack should be calculated into that, and then weighed against what the premiums for cyber insurance are as well.
Wow. Okay, Emily, that was a mega answer for a mega question. Thank you so much. And I wish we could keep going with this, because I know we're all learning a ton from you right now, but we are going to have to leave it there. Before you leave us, though, if somebody out there really is just ready to jump in, wants to get started with Zscaler, what do you recommend as that first step?
Go ahead and reach out to us, definitely. You can download the report, of course, if you want to read more about that, but go to our website, reach out to us, and we will get back to you. And even just saying today, and if you said on the poll, like, I would like to find out more, then hopefully we can reach out to you and get you with the right person that can give you a full overview of how Zscaler's platform can help you protect against ransomware in the future.
Love that. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Emily. Again, this has been such a great chat and a really interesting conversation. I appreciate you sticking around to dig into some questions. I hope we get to chat with you again soon.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much.
And for everyone out there who clicked on the poll, thank you. Keep that up. I do also want to let you know that report Emily was just talking about, the 2022 Threat Lab State of Ransomware report, is actually available in your Handouts tab. So head on over, click on that Handouts tab, and make sure you get that downloaded, save that, hold on to that for later. Don't read it just yet, because we have a lot more to get through today, but you are going to want to be able to review that this evening, this afternoon, tomorrow morning, whenever you sit down for your follow-up reading session. So make sure you've got that downloaded. While you're doing that, I'm also going to give away another prize. This is another $300 Amazon gift card today, going to someone lucky here live and with us in the audience, and that is Khalid Tariq of California. Khalid Tariq of California, congratulations. You have won a $300 Amazon gift card. We will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap. Now, don't forget, there's still lots more chances to win a prize today, plus that best question gift card from each session. So keep those questions coming in, because you are entered to win. All right, well, we are going to keep things moving right along in the MegaCast today, because up next, I am so excited to introduce you all to the Veeam team. I love that. I love saying that. I can picture the superhero action squad slow motion walking towards us right now. And at the very front of that superhero action squad pack is Dave Russell, Vice President Enterprise Strategy at Veeam. Dave, thank you so much for being here with us today from the Veeam team. I know you've got some great info to cover, and we want to take some time for questions at the end. So Dave, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much, Jess, and thank you everyone for tuning in. A lot of great information already shared, a lot more to come, so very happy to be a part of this. Myself, I am kind of one of the most boring people that you'll ever meet. I'm going on 34 years in backup and recovery, either as a developer, a programmer in R&D, a strategist at IBM, and now at Veeam, and then industry analyst for 13 years at Gartner. And as we speak, I'm working on the Gartner Magic Quadrant. I've either been the lead author of that Magic Quadrant for backup or a responder for all 24 years of its existence. But what I want to do is just share with you some research, not from Veeam customers, but from the industry overall, and then some best practice advice. And frankly, a lot of this advice is useful whether you're a Veeam customer, prospect, or not. The most important thing, and I think what everyone's been reiterating, is you have to have a plan. You have to have a strategy versus being reactionary. So what is this? Well, the last 3 years in a row, Veeam has conducted independent research of the largest of its kind in the industry. So now we're up to 4,200 respondents from 28 countries around the globe, not Veeam customers. In fact, less than 7% are Veeam customers. And so what we do is we can analyze this data according to geography, company size, verticals, and yes, we even can cut by what backup solution or solutions they may be using. But what we've done here is just try to understand, now asking some of these questions for multiple years in a row, what's going on. And I'll give you a little preamble. And if you're interested in the report, it's in the URLs in the lower left, or the QR codes in the upper right. But now, almost 3.5 decades in backup, things have changed quite a bit. And it used to be for a long, long time that we only restored 3 to 5% on average of the data that we backed up in a 1-year period. And the trick, of course, was you didn't know which 3 to 5% of data, and you didn't know when. But outages like ransomware really changed the landscape, because suddenly now the attack surface, or what you could need to recover, could be 100% of your data. And as was just mentioned prior, ransomware gangs will retarget you. So you could actually, in less than 12 months, get hit multiple times. And I'll show you some data on that. So what is this slide saying? Well, if you just look just casually at the left-hand side of the types of outages, what's amazing in 2023 is that all of the things that we're used to worrying about going wrong still go wrong in great frequency. And if you look at these bars, the longer bars are check all that apply. And then the stack ranking has been done for each of the last 3 years. If you had to pick what was the most impactful cause of outage, what would that be? And if you're really good at math, you'll notice those long bars, they add up to multiple hundreds of percent. What that means is that the average organization is suffering an outage due to a variety of different reasons every single year. But what's percolated to the top, either number one or tied for number one, has been cyber. And so now everything that we're used to worrying about, we have to worry about, but cyber makes things even more challenging. So that percolates up. And while arguably cyber event is a disaster, it's very, very different than the kinds of disasters we're used to planning for, and therefore our response has to be different for it as well. Now, unfortunately, here's the bad news. This subsets down from 4,200 to a little under 2,000 around the globe that felt that they were qualified to go into details about the cyber events in their business. What we've seen here is this is the distribution. The punchline is 85% of those almost 2,000 organizations are saying that they suffered a ransomware attack, at least one ransomware attack, in the last year. That's down year over year from 76%. So we're going the wrong direction. We've gone from 24% that said they weren't attacked in the prior year to now 15%. And the problem is that 15% is really a best case scenario, if you can use that phrase, because it could be dwell time means that they just don't know that they've gotten hit yet, or it could be a very large organization. The respondent happened to be located outside of London and didn't have visibility into what went on, say, in Sydney, Australia office. The really challenging notion here, though, is if you look at the distribution of the frequency, the most common response for almost 2,000 organizations was that they got hit 2 or 3 times in a 12-month period. In fact, if you just add that up, that's literally almost half at 49%. And the last sort of scared straight statistic before we kind of launch into what do you do, well, this is self-reported by all the couple thousand respondents out there. They said their average ransomware event, 39%, or essentially 2 out of 5 applications, 2 out of 5 servers were either destroyed or encrypted. when that happened, there were almost a coin flip of recoverability, meaning only 55% of the data was recoverable. So 45% was lost. If you do the algebra on that, 0.39 times 0.45, that means per cyber event, organizations are self-reporting, and this again is industry-wide, variety of different recovery solutions in play, that per incident they're losing 18% of their data every time they're hit. And what we saw in the previous slide is half of the respondents are saying they were hit 2 or 3 times a year. So begs the question, what should you do? Well, I'll give you the bad news and then the better news. The response really is you have to plan for breach. And I'd say that that's not being pessimistic, that's being realistic. The reason you have to plan for breach is that if you think about the anatomy of a successful cyber attack, many things had to go wrong, meaning many systems and processes, human and technical, had to experience some sort of failure or breakdown in order for cyber to get into your environment. And further, if you go through just sort of the stages of an attack, there's the observation stage where the bad actors are gathering information on the people, the process, the technology of their target. Then they go into sneaking in at stage 2, gaining access and trying to get people to click a link, as was mentioned in the prior conversation. And then stage 3 is bad actors set up shop. They create a base of operations and they look to make the command center inside of your data center redundant and available for them to be able to do more. Part of that more, step 4, is they elevate their access. They snoop around your production systems trying to move horizontally or laterally without being detected and looking for higher value targets. Then stage 5, they look to cripple recoverability. They look to deny your restoration capabilities, to take out any communications you may have. Obviously, Active Directory, once they're ready to launch, is going to be hit. All of that happens before they actually launch. The last stage, stage 6, is ransom is declared. They encrypt the victim's data, wipe archives, backups, wipe the data, issue the ransomware demand. And all of this, on average, means that they've probably been in there for multiple months. It depends on which research you look at. 120 days is one of the more common areas. So if you have to plan that this could happen for you, plan for fast, automated recovery of clean data and at scale. And if I kind of parse that out, speed, hugely important. Automated, because the processes have to be able to be executed very well, very fast, and by encapsulating best practices. Recovery of the clean data, you don't want to reintroduce any day 0 threats. And at scale, because unfortunately, like recoveries of the past, we actually now have to plan for bringing back larger amounts of data. So let's decompose that a little bit. Well, you need secure backup, fast recovery. What you need to do is leverage technologies and capabilities. Over 12 years ago, Veeam was first in industry, pioneered instant recovery. We've been perfecting it ever since to be able to recover more types of workloads, recover to newer and expanded number of destinations, to do that at scale, to do that not just from your most recent backup that might be stored on flash, but even if you have to go back to prior backups, to be able to do that very, very rapidly. Even if you're going to, say, HDDs that are on a deduplicated device, thanks to things like prefetching and IO stream recognition, we can speed that up and make sure we can instantly mount the data. If you're a nerd, what that really means is your time to first byte is not gated by your time to last byte of the restoration process. It is more of a resume than a restore. Then secure backup. Ensure that you're not going to reintroduce any bad things that may have been captured along the way, that you're not going to bring back into the environment anything that's not been sanitized. Multiple ways to do that. Integrated backup verification, which being pioneered is a key part of that, but in also doing automated testing for latent malware scans, and then even going through a restoration process that invokes best of breed technologies to ensure that anything that has been discovered as being anomalous, dangerous, can be detected prior to bringing everything back into the production environment. And multi-cloud mobility, the sad truth, the reality is that your on-premises systems or infrastructure may be contaminated. It may not be known if they're valid or contaminated or not. Therefore, you have to assume it's at risk. Or it could be that you've engaged either law enforcement or a cyber insurance carrier who essentially has put a police line tape across your servers. You can't, in other words, recover to your infrastructure, so you're going to need to recover to somewhere other location. So we think a little bit about this. I'll just double click on a couple of these. You really need to make sure you've got multiple methods for recovery, that you can do that instantly for all of your important workloads, whether that's captured via backup, via server-based replication or replicas, via storage array snapshots, or via continuous data protection. Again, the whole notion is you want to very rapidly detect what's taking place, then respond by standing up, making available clean copies of your data, and then be able to get back in operations as quickly as you can. The reason this becomes challenging, though, is that you're very likely still under attack while this is happening. So why does data mobility matter? Well, because the on-prem infrastructure could be compromised, and unfortunately, even if financially you have the means to go get new infrastructure, the supply chain issues are still a challenge globally, where you may not be able to get the gear you need when you need it as quickly as you might like to. So bursting to the cloud, whether that's one of the large hyperscalers like an AWS, Azure, a Google Cloud, or several others, having data that's written in a portable, self-describing format ensures that you can recover to any destination, including even if the bad actors take out your backup catalog, which is something that they're very likely going to try to do. Very interesting cyber event happened a little over a year ago to a Canadian petroleum customer. They are actually working with a managed service provider, and they came in Monday morning. Their system was bricked. They were completely compromised in production, and they started to go through the process of figuring out, okay, what do we do? What's our clean copy of data? They had Veeam backups that were sent to Azure in this instance. They were able to contact Microsoft, open up extra networking capability, and be able to instantly stream data back from Azure back into production environment that they had set up, and were able to do that just by simply entering in their credentials. They didn't have to try to restore a backup catalog in order to make that happen. The data was self-describing. It was portable, meaning they could be able to go from, in this case, a hyperscaler to back on-prem. But there's other examples where you may want to go from one cloud to another, or be able to pull back data from the cloud even. That data portability, cloud mobility becomes important. Then immutability, you try to do everything as good and best as you possibly can, but you have to plan for failure. You also have to plan for potential compromise of any number of systems, including multiple layers of your recovery capabilities. Immutability is important to be able to bake in for all of your copies of data. I heard James earlier in the conversation who's referencing the 3-2-1 rule. Great practice to live by. I would just tell everyone those are minimums. When it's said 3 copies of your data on 2 different media types, one of which is offline, you can add extensions from there, like you should have one additional copy that is immutable or air-gapped in some manner, or that you're very confident that has 0 errors associated with it. So whatever digits you want to employ, they're all a minimum. I personally, in my home lab, if I count everything on-prem and going to multiple clouds, I have over 10 copies of production data or my important data. And there's a variety of reasons for that. Different types of media, different types of locations, different types of gaps associated with them, some physical, some logical, but being able to ensure that you know with confidence that you've got multiple methods and restoration points to be able to get back to. In fact, one of my methods is in my home server, nightly backup with Veeam. After that completes, it's also copies to an external USB-C attached SSD drive. And then it's logically ejected so that the volume manager can't even see that. And then I know that for all intents and purposes, that's one of the copies that has been made air-gapped. But immutability should not have to be dependent upon specific types of infrastructure. You may want to have choice in investments that you've already made from other infrastructure providers, or you may want to be able to repurpose gear that you already have. All of that can be a good part of your combined strategy, including physical tape, believe it or not. I know sometimes tape is like a bad word, but it's amazing how many large-scale enterprises are looking at tape again, revisiting the investment that maybe they've made in the past and looking to re-exploit that. Okay, so detection is helpful, very important. I'm quick to say, though, if you're relying on your backup software to detect the multiple failures that happen in production, you're probably not in good shape. It's like a smoke alarm. It's helpful, but that means you've already been breached. Something bad has already happened. If you think about those 6 stages of an anatomy of a ransomware attack I mentioned, so much has happened in, on average, 120 days prior to the launch of the attack in production, and during the aftermath of that, backup or secondary copies of your data are going to become your really last line of defense. However, real-time monitoring of your infrastructure and of your recovery solutions, anomaly detection on suspicious or at anything that looks out of the ordinary, and then even having automation in terms of how do you remediate against an event. One of the things that Veeam sends out is signature files to our automation solution to look for known patterns of errors and concerns and recommended best steps. The shrinkage of identification to resolution really becomes hugely important and beneficial to getting operations back up. So the monitoring, proactive alert threat detection, real-time visibility into your recovery environment, being able to know that you've got the resources at your disposal when you need to get back up and operational, and to be able to test that such that you know with confidence that you can get back and going. And that's really the next point, is that recovery at scale that I mentioned from the outset and the automation associated with that. You really need to make sure that you've got a mechanism that is testing continuously, and testing is a bit of a dying art, even in the mainframe world these days. But having a solution that can automatically test against your service level agreements, can automatically keep documentation up to date, and when you have to declare, to easily with one click be able to launch into that. So with that, I'm about at time. I'm going to pause here, see if there might be any questions that came in. In addition to one of the papers we've got, here's another URL for you. It also contains the paper that we have available to you. The paper I'm referencing has 6 different capabilities that you might want to look at regardless of which backup and recovery solution that you're utilizing.
Awesome. Oh, man, Dave, thank you so much for such an interesting presentation. Now, you said you were not an interesting guy. You were immediately proving yourself wrong, because that was start to finish fascinating, and I know that the audience got a lot out of it as well. I want to jump into some questions. I'm going to move over to the poll, so I just want to warn everyone, go ahead and click on that link quickly if you haven't already. And now I'm going to move on over to our poll question. And what we're wondering here is what additional information you would like to get about the Veeam solution. So what information would you like Veeam to send your way? Obviously, we're just scratching the surface here. There's so much more to get into, and there's lots of great follow-ups, conversations to be had with Veeam. So where do you want to jump in? Click on that poll right there, and they will send you exactly what you need. Dave, while they're doing that, should we get into some questions here?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, I want to start with this one here from Jonathan. Does Veeam offer any testing or scanning of our backups to ensure that we're not reintroducing the malicious payload back into our live environment? And you actually dug into this a little bit. Can you expand on that a bit more, how we make sure we're not reinstalling?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a couple of different ways, and I always recommend a layered approach. But when I was referencing the instant recovery, one of the things that Veeam has done is really made an extension onto that where you can even do scheduled testing. Maybe Saturday mornings is a good time for your system to be able to be interrogated, and you can do weekly, monthly, whatever the frequency may be that you think is most appropriate, and be able to ensure that you're looking for any latent issues that may be festering in the wild there. And the reason that frequent testing or cyber investigation becomes important is that discovery of the issues is something that's ongoing. It's typically within 24 hours after something's released into the wild that one of the major antivirus vendors has a signature definition for it. The problem, of course, unfortunately, Jess, is a lot of us aren't up to date on our AV patches, and a lot of people mentioned patching earlier on as being a problem, and hence that's a point of attack. So that's one of the main things is you can do scheduled testing. You can also ensure that when you do initiate the restoration process, you can also do what we call a secure restore to do cleansing and verification at that time. And then we also have API integration into an ecosystem of other kinds of services. I know some of the ransomware stories that I've heard, people have said they actually use 2 to 3 different kinds of tools to try to cleanse their system. So in some cases, those are even cloud-based services that can go and do deeper forensics.
Wow. Okay, that is a great answer. And wow, every time we talk, I want to go longer, and we're just getting shorter and shorter on time. I'm going to sneak in this one last one here. What different hypervisors are protected by Veeam, and the deployments, or are the deployments hypervisor specific?
Yeah, so there's a number of ways you could approach this natively. vSphere, Hyper-V, AHV, and RHV are supported. And there's other methods of being able to dig into other hypervisors as well. But just looking at market share, the 4 major hypervisors combine to something like 96% of share.
Awesome. Okay. As I said, I wish we could keep going. We are going to have to wrap it there. But before you take off, Dave, if somebody out there is really excited, wants to jump in and get rolling with Veeam, what do you recommend as that first step?
Yeah, absolutely. Veeam is kind of interesting, in my opinion, in that we make no-charge versions of every single capability that we have. So right from our website, you can download anything from a Salesforce, a Microsoft 365 protection solution, an on-prem hypervisor, VM backup that we just talked about. In fact, our Windows-based solution, or protecting Windows workloads, that is, has been downloaded over 1 million times for free of charge, and it's perpetually free. It doesn't time bomb, and so that's an easy way to be able to utilize the product, see if it's something that might be interesting for you, and all the data that you back up with that community or no charge edition, once you license key enable it, all that metadata, all of that backup information remains in use.
All right. Well, that sounds like a great way to get rolling. Dave, thank you so much for being here, for chatting with us today. Absolutely fascinating, and I hope we get to chat with you again soon. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jess.
All right, and for all of you out there who clicked on the poll, keep that coming. While you're doing that, while you're clicking, just click right on over to the Handouts tab. Make sure that you get that ransomware 6 capabilities enterprises need for rapid recovery. You can explore the growth and evolution of ransomware, global costs and frequencies, what you need to do, and what you can do to make sure that you're recovering quickly. And as we talked about, maybe not when, but or maybe not if, but when you need to. So go ahead and get that. Hold on to that for later. Make sure you've got that report because that is some really interesting reading. While you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and give away a very quick prize, and then we're going to keep things rolling in our MegaCast. So a reminder that you do need to be here live and present at the MegaCast in order to win. Our next winner of a $300 Amazon gift card today is George Howarth of Massachusetts. George Howarth of Massachusetts, or Howarth. Yeah, however you like it. You've won a $300 Amazon gift card. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after we wrap. Now, don't forget, lots more chances to win, plus that best question gift card from each session. I can tell you that competition is fierce, so get those questions in. While you guys are getting your polls and your handouts, last chance for that because it is time to move things along, and it is absolutely my pleasure to introduce you all to our next awesome presenter here today to tell us all about ransomware preparedness and Rubrik, which is one cool combo. I am so excited that we get to chat with Joshua Stenhouse, Field CTO, Cyber Resilience at Rubrik. Joshua, thank you so much for being here with us today. I know you have some really exciting content lined up for all of us. I want to be sure that we leave some time for questions. So without any further ado, take it away, Joshua.
Thank you very much. All right, welcome on. So what I want to start by asking you all with is a question. And the question I have is, everybody in the world has backup. Yet, despite all of everybody having backup, why does that not equal cyber resilience? But furthermore, everybody has endpoint protection. Yet, still, we're seeing these attacks. So it's false to believe that all I need is endpoint protection, all I need is backup, and then I'm going to be prepared for ransomware. So what I'm going to take you through over the next 20 minutes is, well, what is everything else that I need to be thinking about in my plan that I'm not going to know unless you're on this session now, or if it's too late and I'm actually learning on the fly. And, one thing I can guarantee, I've been part of over 100 ransomware recoveries as part of the Rubrik ransomware response team, is that it is going to be the worst day in your professional career, and it's actually going to be more than a day. It's going to be multiple weeks. So what are you going to need to know in order to make that not as long and not as bad as you think it might be? So the first thing that we have to level set on is that if you don't have it protected, if you've got nothing to recover, then you've absolutely got no choice but to pay the ransom. So the first thing that we do at Rubrik is help you consolidate silos and protect all of your data. So it doesn't matter if that's on-premise virtual machines, physical databases, applications, Active Directory, SQL or NoSQL. Could also be large unstructured data sources. This is your multi-petabyte object or NAS storage, previously unprotectable. Could also be O365 data, increasing source of exfiltration and ransomware attack, more and more critical data going there. And it can also be cloud native or lift and shift running in the cloud. So the first thing that we do is help you via a single unified control plane protect all of that data no matter where it lives. Not 50 different screens and 50 different UIs and all this legacy on-premise software, all SaaS as a service. And that also hardens it against a ransomware attacker trying to delete VMs in your environment. And this is going to give you backup, disaster recovery, and most importantly, ransomware recovery. But all you're controlling under the covers is where and how you store the data. So inside your data centers, yes, we're going to put in physical compute and storage so that you have a local data vault, a local immutable and recoverable copy of the data. But as soon as you start talking about large unstructured data, cloud, or anything running in cloud like EC2, RDS, etc., it doesn't make sense to pull that in a data center. So all we're going to do by the Rubrik Security Cloud is allow you to just pull that data, stream it straight through to object storage that you provide, turn on immutability, or we provide immutability baked in. But that's giving you a secure, immutable copy of the data. What we can tell you at Rubrik is that with any other backup solution you're looking at today, if you don't have immutability, you need to get it. But it's false, and the biggest mistake you can make in your ransomware preparedness plan is to think that if you make your backups immutable, then you're going to be able to recover in a timely manner. Because if you look at the anatomy of a ransomware attack, everybody has to presume breach. the attacker is going to get in. They're going to get in via your Citrix, via your VPN, via your Exchange if you still have it on premises. Even if you have MFA on these VPNs, we've seen attacks and examples where they'll compromise a home PC and that'll allow them to just hijack a session next time they log in via MFA. Between all of those attacks, unpatched systems, and zero-day vulnerabilities, you have to presume breach. Endpoint protection is not going to save you. A firewall is not going to save you. Computers can connect out, they can establish connections that bring them in. So presuming an attacker is on your network, the first thing they're going to do is exfiltrate any accessible data as part of a double extortion. Then, as you've already heard, probably multiple times today, they are going to come for your backups and snapshots. And then they're going to encrypt the data and leave the ransom. So you can be totally forgiven in your plan to think, well, number one, if the attacker gets in, how do we make sure that we can protect our backup data? Yes, you've got to make sure the backups are immutable. I'll talk to you about how Rubrik does that and how it's differentiated, but that is only problem statement number one. Because the next challenge is, okay, let's say you do have the backups. If your endpoint protection has failed to stop the attacker encrypting the data, how are you going to identify the blast radius of what was encrypted to know what to even recover? If data is exfiltrated, how do you know what sensitive data was at risk? 4, probably most importantly of them all, how do you identify a clean recovery point and not reinfect? You got the backups, but how do you know which backup contains the attacker, the remote access tools, and the malware, and which doesn't? And if you think about that logically, then, well, how are we going to make that determination? It's going to be recover to isolated environment, load tools, multiple tools, as you just heard, scan, make the determination, rinse, and repeat. So it's not just one ransomware recovery you're going to need to do. It's going to be multiple while you hunt and find that clean point in time. And then finally, once you've made that decision, how do you automate it to where, and have you tested it in advance? So if you're going to take one thing from this presentation, 5 questions to ask in your ransomware preparedness plan. If you don't have a plan to answer all 5 of these, I'm really sorry to tell you, but it is not going to be an awesome outcome for you and your employer if you can't answer these questions in your plan, because these are the questions you're going to have to answer in an actual attack. So if we start with number 1, for anything sent to object storage in the cloud and cloud native, very easy to turn on immutability. But for on-premises data, just having an immutable copy in the cloud is not going to save your bacon, because you're going to have to download it all. You're not likely going to have an immediate internet connection to even start that, and that's presuming you selected the correct point in time. So the only real solution is to make sure you have a hardened copy inside your data center that you can recover. So you look at traditional backup. No air gap, no immutability, no retention lock. And immutability on its own is not enough, because immutability, quite often you think, will mean, well, the backups can't be edited or encrypted. But you have to combine immutability with retention lock and time-based protections to make sure that a simple hold for a number of days can't be circumvented by just jumping the clock. And the real problem here is that no matter what you do, traditional backup solutions are not designed for security. The only way to 100% protect your backups against every attack vector, from just dropping retention or deleting backups or jumping the clock, is to stick on an additional vault to your traditional prod-based backups and dedupe. But the problem with tacking on a vault is that now, due to cost and complexity of doubling at least your backup storage, typically only 20 to 40% of your data is going to be protected. You're just going to cherry pick and take the top tier. That means you've got a significant amount of data loss in an attack. Anything that you didn't vault is gone. And quite often, all of the scanning is done inside the vault. So that means next business day alert, best case. So any alert that comes from that scanning is of no use to anyone. You quite clearly knew you were already compromised. And a lot of these solutions have no ability to scan for malware or remote access tools. So there's no way to tell you what is even a clean recovery point for a single operating system in your environment. Net result, best case, you have the backups, you have no clue which ones to use. And the net result is that even if you go down this kind of route of backup plus vault, a major attack is still not going to be a recoverable event within 48 hours. Find whoever you want in your business of any level of seniority and say there is no chance in this world, based on our current strategy, or even if we spend multiple hundreds of thousands of millions, that we can get back within 48 hours, and I can guarantee they'll demand a solution. So what is the solution? Well, at Rubrik, the solution is what we call a Rubrik Data Vault. And this is a secure, hardened, physical Linux platform. Yes, it has to be physical. The only way you can guarantee that it won't be compromised is not to have it in the hypervisor. 60% of all attacks in the last 6 months alone were hypervisor-based. The attacker is not encrypting from within the client, the endpoint anymore. That's where you're looking. They go straight to your hypervisor host and encrypt at the VM level. Only way to protect against that is make sure that nothing in your backup infrastructure is running in that hypervisor, because what I can guarantee is it will not be there when you need it. But it's not just a data vault in its own. It's a data vault that is converging both backup and a vault in a single scale-out solution with built-in scanners. So just to be very clear, this replaces your current backup storage, and your vault with a single scale-out solution. This is also how you justify the cost of both replacing all of these multiple different tools and converging them in a single platform with built-in scanning capability to help you identify a clean recovery point. The next key element of the Rubrik Data Vault is 100 backups. 100% of the backups, 100% of your data cannot be modified or encrypted. This is not turned on after the fact. This is built in. Natively immutable file system. This means that you physically can't encrypt a backup once it's been taken. Furthermore, the OS and the storage are not accessible on the network, so you have a built-in native air gap. There's no shell, there's no desktop, there's 100% no Windows. I can tell you in every single attack that I've been a part of, any server that is Windows-based will be compromised, and anything you can do on the operating system will be done. So it's very important that you air gap your backup platform and its data. So absolutely nothing accessible on the network with the Rubrik Data Vault, built-in air gap. Yes, it's physically connected for the fastest recovery speed, but no, you can't access the underlying backups of the operating system of the shell, so you have a built-in air gap. This 1-2 punch certainly means that the attacker can't access the underlying data and compromise it, but you still have to protect the interface. So for that, we have mandatory MFA, built-in, plug in your own. Most Rubrik customers do both. The reason? Because AD is going to be compromised. You need a local account in order to recover. AD itself, that local account, also needs to be protected with MFA. So we have built-in MFA, retention lock, so that not even an authenticated backup admin can prematurely expire the backups by dropping the time. That should be a test in your plan. And furthermore, another test in your plan is, well, what happens if we just change the clock? Because if you have retained for 30 days as your retention lock, well, if I jump the clock 30 days, data goes by. So you've got to have built-in NTP protection. With the Rubrik Data Vault, we use something called a monotonic clock, simply leveraging the ability to track the passage of time. So it knows even if the clock's jumped to 2050, enough seconds have not passed for it to be 2050, and it won't impact the backup expiration. We also then build in malware and remote access tool scanning to identify a clean recovery point. I'll come back to that in more detail on the next slide. And what I can tell you, with the experience of over 100 attacks, it's only when you put all of these together that you even stand a chance of making a recoverable event an RTO within 24 hours. If you don't have all of these capabilities in one, absolutely no way you're going to hit it. But so far, I've only spoken about one copy of the data. Yes, you can replicate bidirectionally two Rubrik data vaults between data centers. You can tier data to the cloud object storage that Rubrik provides or your own. Backup best practices still apply. But for actual ransomware recovery, you're going to need that local immutable copy for the fastest recovery speed. Otherwise, no chance in hell of hitting a 24-hour RTO. But this is only the first piece of the puzzle, giving you a local, secure, immutable copy of the data. If you remember, back to the problem statement, is that, well, okay, even if you have immutable backups, how are you going to know what was encrypted and what you even need to recover? So the next thing we build in at Rubrik is built-in encryption detection. What we don't do is anomalies, because from every data protection vendor in the world, you're going to hear the words anomaly, anomaly, anomaly. We detect anomalies. And the problem with anomalies is they are absolutely useless. So if your ransomware preparedness plan says we're going to look for anomalies, guess what? It's going to fail. Because all you're going to see is 99.999% of the time, it's going to be a false positive. Because all an anomaly means is that a larger than normal amount of data changed. Happens every day. So the differentiator of Rubrik is as soon as the system sees an anomalous amount of change, it immediately then kicks off a second level scan, and it then looks inside and scans inside every file and compares the two between the two backups and looks at the entropy and randomization. This pre-trained model then tells you the difference between, hey, this is just Joe Blog deleted 100,000 files last night, or this is actually a full or partial randomized encryption attack. And this detection is both within the guest and also at the VM level. Key differentiator, no one else in the market today is looking at the VM level. That is where the attackers have moved to because the endpoint protection is not installable in the hypervisor host, especially when it's Linux-based and from the likes of VMware. That is where they're going. So this is not just in guest, it's not just anomalies, it's in guest and the VM level. This is an actual attack. But the next problem statement is, well, the attacker says, I have your data and I'm going to release it. Everybody's got backups, but now you're going to need to know what is in those backups in terms of sensitive data. Because the sensitive data is what's been stolen. You can't look on the network. Too late. Data's been stolen and it's encrypted, so nobody can tell you what's in it until it's recovered. So at Rubrik, we have built-in sensitive data discovery. So even if your production data has been encrypted, you're now starting a recovery, you can start to look inside the Rubrik interface and say, well, what was actually in my backups in the first place? Because what is in your backups is then an accurate reflection of what sensitive data was on the network, and this is what the attackers are going to look to steal. But the biggest value proposition of the built-in sensitive data discovery is not using it after an attack, because guess what? Too late. Horse already bolted. It's using it pre-attack and continuously to mitigate the risk in the first place. But all of this pales in comparison to what is going to be the biggest loss of time in response to recovering from an attack, and that is finding a clean recovery point. So the unique capability of Rubrik, and the number one thing that you should be testing in your ransomware preparedness plan, is if we have our immutable backups, how and what is the process and what is the time to determine which immutable backup to use? And the answer is going to be, it's going to be painful. Multiple days, often to weeks, and this is where you're going to lose the time. This is what you've got to plan for. And the big differentiator of Rubrik is that we're the only vendor in the world today with built-in threat hunting, where you can take our intelligence feed, or you can input your own via your incident response or your security team. No other vendor in the world can do this today. And the reason that you've got to do both is because quite often if you've been attacked, it's something nobody knew about before. You've got to be able to enter your own. And what we'll do is scan through the backups in their offline state to tell you exactly which systems were compromised, so which were the zombies and in control of the attacker and which were the victims, and when the attacker took control. And this is an absolute game changer, because now you're doing something that was never, ever possible before. You're not having to recover everything to an isolated environment, scan, rinse, and repeat. You're saying, hey, we don't have to recover anything to make that determination. And furthermore, we can also tell you what to recover and from what point in time. We can give you this interface out via self-service to give to your security and incident response team. So if you manage backup and data protection, you don't have to know anything about it. You just give it to them, and they can also quarantine the known bad. So when they pass it back to you to actually drive the recovery, you don't have to know, well, which backup to use or not. They've done it for you. They've quarantined the known bad. You can only select the last known good. But the other important thing in being able to differentiate between a zombie and a victim is it clears the fog of war and allows you to minimize the data loss. Because if you don't know the difference between the two, you have to treat everything as a zombie. We're going to recover everything back 5 days. Well, guess what? The attacker doesn't take control of every server. They only take control of a handful to establish persistence. And then from there, that is where they then launch the malware and encrypt everything else. So this allows you to determine, well, these 5 servers, we need to go back 5 days. The rest of the servers are environment. We can just recover to yesterday. So this is also minimizing the data loss as well as speeding up your recovery time. And once you've made that decision on your recovery point, then we give you the ability to automate it We can pre-hydrate recoveries to speed up the recovery time objective to maximum performance for your virtual machines. We can also then simulate a recovery in advance to provide you automation and attestation for cyber insurance and auditing to say, hey, not only do we have an immutable copy that's air gap, this was the recovery time objective, and this is the outcome of our cyber test. And all of this is built in to the same platform. So by virtue of standardizing on Rubrik for the backup and storage of that backup data, we then layer in all these other capabilities to give you a complete portfolio of all the tools that you need. But the last thing I want to leave you with is that tools will only get you so far if you don't know how to use them, especially in wartime. So every single Rubrik customer at no extra cost also gets access to our ransomware response team. And this 100% should be in your ransomware preparedness plan. Who are we going to call? Who are we going to call that's actually going to help us drive the recovery and gain the insight into when to recover to, so that then between your backup and data protection teams, security and incident response, you can drive a recovery that is going to minimize the impact of the business. So at Rubrik, we're not just giving you the tools, we're staying with you until you no longer need us. And that is the difference between just selling backup and making sure that you can actually recover from a ransomware attack. And that's why at Rubrik, we say, don't back up, go forward. So with that, hope you enjoyed that presentation. I think we're now going to switch and go to a Q&A.
Yeah, awesome presentation. Completely full of information. So many things. I found myself kind of running for my notepad a couple of times, Joshua, which is always my sign of a good presentation. When I got to write that down, that's because yes, I'm still using a notepad and pen to take notes in these. Thank you so much for that presentation.
You know why that's more secure than anything? Because an attacker is not in your house. Oh.
I certainly hope so. Yes, I've checked thoroughly several times, and I think I'm pretty. My notebook is fairly immutable, is what I'm taking away. Thank you very much for that. You can see now that I put that poll up on the screen for all of you, and what we're wondering here is what is the additional information that you would like to get about the Rubrik solution. So obviously lots of great info here today and lots more to dig into. So let Rubrik know how they can follow up with you, what they can send your way to make sure that you get the information that you need wherever you're at in this exploratory journey today, wherever your research phase is. There's something that you need, and Rubrik will make sure that they get that to you. So click on that poll. While you're doing that, Joshua and I are going to dig into some questions. You ready for that?
Born ready.
I knew that. I could sense that from you. All right. So I'm curious about this one because you mentioned a couple of mistakes throughout the presentation today, a couple of, don't assume this and kind of best practices. What do you think is the biggest mistake that you see when we're talking about testing cyber recovery?
No, you're right. I see so many. It is hard to pick the number one, but yeah. If I had to pick any, it's presuming that immutability is enough and not having anything in your plan as to how you're going to determine a clean recovery point.
That's, I'm glad you mentioned that because we did actually get a couple of questions when you said that, when you brought up immutability, that clearly struck a chord with a few people because you said, don't assume that that's good. You've checked that box and so done and dusted. Can you dig into that a little bit more, that immutability and why that isn't enough for, I guess, minimizing and recovery?
Yeah, because let's say you have immutable backups and you have 30 days of backups, which is pretty common, maybe 2 weeks. The problem therein lies is that even if you have 40 to 30 points in time of restore points of availability, nobody in their right mind is just going to start clicking and recovering because you're not going to know how, if you're just about to reintroduce the attacker back into your environment. So you're sat there thinking, hey, we're recovering as a business. And all the while, the attacker's just being let back in the front door. They're watching you recover, and they will just re-encrypt and double the ransom. We've seen it happen multiple times. So the problem therein lies is that you've got to make the determination of what is or isn't clean. And the only way you're going to be able to do that is to recover everything to an isolated environment, make sure that it's secured and sandboxed so they can't get out. Then you've got to load a tool to make a scan, and then you might have to rinse and repeat all again because you picked the wrong point in time. And that is where you're going to lose multiple days of recovery, and that's presuming that your immutable copy of the data is in the data center. If it's in the cloud, you're going to have to download it all, repeat that process, and then you might find out that that is not a good point in time. We've got to do it again. Download, rinse, and repeat. That's where 1 week later, you still won't be back up and running. So yes, everyone needs immutability, but no way is that going to be enough to give you a timely restore.
Yeah, which is a lot of what we're taking away from these conversations today, right? Is you know, there is no one answer. There is no one box to tick when you're thinking of a complete ransomware preparedness plan. It's so many of these boxes, and I love that last point that you made. And one of the questions we got was, you know, what makes Rubrik stand out? And I think you've given us a few of those answers today. One of which is that team, access to that team, you know, when you're in the thick of it and having that support. And I've heard you guys say that you don't get off the phone until you're told to get off the phone.
Yeah, 100%. Technology will only get you so far. If nobody knows how to use it, then you're going to be stuck, and you might as well have not invested it in the first place.
I love that. Great takeaway. A fantastic place to end it. I wish we could keep going, Joshua, but we are a little short on time, so we're going to have to wrap it there. Before you leave us, what is the first step for somebody out there that wants to jump in with Rubrik?
Click on the link that we supplied, or just go to Rubrik.com and click on the links to request a demo. Actually see you know, the interface and what I've been talking about. That's going to be the first step for everybody.
Love that. Okay, well, there's a bunch of questions that we didn't get to in our live chat here today, Joshua. If you have some time to hang out on live chat, I know people would love to get some answers. We will also make sure that all those questions get over to the Rubrik team so that you guys can follow up with all of those questions. Thank you so much for your time today, for sticking around to chat with us. This has been a lot of fun.
Thank you.
All right, and thank you to all of you who answered that poll. I will also suggest that you head over to the Handouts tab. Make sure you get the Rubrik White Paper, the Trusted Data Security Solution for Cyber Recovery. This is such a cool read, exploring that through line from digital transformation to the rise in cyber attacks and what you need to know about your own attack surface, you know, the risks and the costs, as well as those opportunities available with a solution like Rubrik. So please go check that paper out. Be sure you've got that downloaded and save that to read a little bit later. Now, our very next prize giveaway, we'll do that while you're clicking on polls and clicking on handouts. This is going to be another $300 Amazon gift card, and this is going to Jeff Kreider of North Carolina. A $300 Amazon gift card going to Jeff Kreider of North Carolina, so congratulations to you. As always, we will be in touch about claiming your prize after the webinar. Now, don't forget, there's lots more chances to win prizes today. Plus, we have that best question gift card from each session, so keep those questions coming in hot. All right, but for now, we are going to keep things zipping along in the MegaCast, and I have not one, but two awesome presenters here to chat with all of you, so get excited. It is my pleasure to introduce you all to John Spiegel, Director, Network Transformation, Field CTO at Axis Security, and Jay Tilson, Director of Strategy, Field CTO at Axis Security. John and Jay, the J Squad, thank you so much for being here with us today. I know you have some awesome content lined up for us. I can't wait to dive in. So take it away, John.
Welcome to our presentation on how to find harmony in network insecurity and how to defend yourself against attacks like ransomware. According to a recent study by BitSight, the top attack vectors for ransomware are malware and phishing emails. If successful, the bad cyber actor gains a foothold into your organization. But to exploit it, they must move laterally and recon to get off the beach before they're discovered. This is where platforms like Axis's Atmos come into play and help you to defend against ransomware. My name is John Spiegel. I'm joined by my colleague, Jay Tilson. Together, Jay and I have over 50 years of experience running enterprise infrastructure teams as well as security. So we've sat in your chair. we've experienced the daily challenges that you face. Recently, Jay and I transitioned over to a company called Axis Security because we believe that networking and security are mired in complexity. Stitching together solutions that worked in 2010 will not cut the mustard in 2022. They only create more challenges, and when deployed, they look like a game of mousetrap. We believe there's a better way.
In the last few years, the technology world has evolved faster than ever before, especially with the pandemic being a major catalyst for what is now the modern workplace. Users, devices, and data are now everywhere, yet the legacy security systems that many companies rely on today were not designed for the world we live in. The bad guys know this and they've used it to their advantage. As a result, ransomware attacks surged by 148% in March of 2020. Ransomware was named a top threat for 2021, with the number of attacks increasing over 140% in that year alone. In today's threat landscape, protecting against ransomware attacks is critical for every IT and security team to prioritize. In fact, ransomware damages are expected to exceed 30 billion worldwide in the coming year. We really need to look at a way of doing things differently. So with this in mind, let's look at how things have evolved to help us in our quest.
But before we look at the evolution of ransomware versus security, let's level set on what the bad actors are after. It's a battle for this: data. As Clive Humbley, the British mathematician, best said it in 2006, data is the new oil. Those zeros and ones, which are stored in virtually every corner of the world, power industries and hold tremendous value in terms of decisions that companies make. Where do I invest? What are my customers doing? And critically, what does the future hold? Data can also be used against companies. What if someone gains access to the financial results before a publicly trading company makes their announcement? What if someone gains access to a critical database or a file that may keep an embarrassing secret? Or what if the company's secrets are there? How much would you pay to keep your stock price stable or not have your secret sauce available on the internet? Well, the table stakes for protecting yourself are well known. One area which has been a challenge in the past is leveraging your network and security solutions to provide defense. Why? Complexity, lack of integration. It's as if the network team speaks one language and the security team speaks another. What has this led to? 3 approaches for securing your network.
This is the old way of doing things with the hub and spoke design. This was a progression from the old castle and moat design, but still focused on having on-premise security, even though your users and data had started to move to the cloud. There was a heavy reliance on MPLS and internal data centers, and this model was complex to configure and to administrate. You needed to feed in more of the applications to ensure they remained secure, and you also had to go through the hardware renewal cycles that we all love to hate. Patching all your systems was critical to protect against ransomware spread. This then led to the next design of virtualized cloud firewalls. This evolved from the hub and spoke design as we started to move to some of those legacy-based security systems that used to run on hardware to cloud-based solutions. The aim here was to remove some of the burdens of keeping systems secure. However, in a lot of cases, this meant backhauling internet traffic onto your corporate network and into your corporate data centers. This design was supposed to make things simpler to manage, but in many instances, it actually led to further complexity and cost. So this is the design of the future and what people are starting to move towards now. Security Service Edge, or SSE. This is delivery of all of your connectivity security tools from the cloud. Gone are the days of patching your systems, and SSE will stand side by side with you against the battle against ransomware.
The concept of SSE is part of a larger framework called SASE. Introduced in 2019 by the analyst firm Gartner, SASE addresses the traditional dilemma presented to every network and security architect when deploying a new application. Do I favor speed or do I favor performance? and you can only select one. And we all know what the CIO prefers: speed, because it equals employee performance. With SASE, you can have both. You solve the dilemma. How is this? By creating a network and security fabric that extends across the enterprise and is close to the employee, the third party, via points of presence or POPs. This allows applications to be both secured and delivered with high performance. With SASE, you can have both, and it's delivered in two stacks: the WAN Edge and SSE. So how is this framework being adopted? Well, Axis was curious, and we commissioned a report in conjunction with our partners at Security Insiders. So let's dive into some of the results. The report shows that both WAN Edge and SSE adoption are on the rise. And if we break it down a little bit further, as you might expect, the growth in hybrid workforce is making SSE the highest priority. This is being driven by ZTNA. SSE is being seen as a strategic initiative to enable and secure the workforce. 39% of the respondents view SSE as the most important part of their zero trust strategy. This is even over things like identity or SSO or MFA. And more importantly, companies are looking to implement SASE. 67% of companies plan to implement SASE with SSE first and then WAN Edge's services next.
Recently, Axis, in partnership with Cybersecurity Insiders, conducted the first ever research on SSE adoption. The report adds some great insights and is well worth a read, but I just want to pull out some key statistics that solidify what John just said. The report showed that the adoption of SSE is going to skyrocket during 2023 and beyond. You can see from this slide that when asked, 65% of businesses stated that they plan to adopt SSE in the next 24 months, with 27% wanting to adopt SSE as quickly within the next 6 months and another 16% in the next 6 to 12 months. When you read the report, you can see that this adoption is based on a number of key factors. The first key factor is the one that there is a real push towards consolidation of security tools, and companies will look to purchase an SSE platform to help remove as many of these legacy tools as possible. The second key factor is visibility. As I've mentioned before, users' data and applications are now everywhere, and those tools of the past that gave us visibility no longer work. People need tools to give them visibility of attacks, because you really can't protect against what you can't see. And then there is zero trust. The US government has dictated thou must do zero trust, and the report highlighted that people see SSE as a strategic move towards zero trust, with many companies starting their journey with zero trust network access.
The report also showed that tool consolidation is a critical success outcome for SSE. Given the increasing economic pressures, you and your peers are being asked to provide cost savings in 2023. SSE is an excellent place to start. 63% of businesses expect SSE to replace or eliminate the need for VPN concentrators. 50% of businesses expect SSE to eliminate the need for SSL inspection tools. And 44% of businesses expect SSE to eliminate or reduce the need for DDoS systems. And the list continues through other elements in the inbound and outbound security stack. The idea here is to replace your legacy, multiple vendor technology solutions with a single vendor cloud-delivered platform. This allows you to reduce costs, reduce complexity, while also increasing both network and security performance. But before we get into the Axis SSE platform, I do want to let you know there's an exciting announcement. HPE Aruba recently acquired Axis Security. The deal will bring together the best-in-class WAN Edge platform with the most innovative SSE platform on the market. The result? A unified approach to SASE. While this announcement is still new, we will focus on WAN Edge in another webinar. So now let's deep dive into the Axis Atmos platform.
Axis Atmos is a platform designed day one to bring networking security together. It is about harmonizing what in the past was a symphony played by individuals versus as a team. In the past, the enterprise would select one vendor for networking, one for security, one for DLP, one for WAN, one for cloud security controls. And as we all know, this leads to operational complexity, high cost, and ultimately poor security design. Axis, on the other hand, starts with a clean slate. It begins with the concept called adaptive trust. Instead of placing the employees, the third parties, and their devices directly on the network, Atmos starts with a series of checks to verify the identifier of the user, the device, as well as the state of the machine. Axis balances with a request for applications and data. If the calculations then don't add up, the employee is then not granted access. Building on this concept of adaptive trust, Atmos provides global reach with over 350 edges in services like SWG, CASB, and ZTNA. It brings together what were previously individual point solutions into a single integrated platform delivered via the public cloud. This enables secure access for the remote employee, the office worker, and those critical third parties. The Atmos SSE platform includes the core functionality of ZTNA, CASB, SWG, and digital experience monitoring. At its heart is the concept of zero trust. Never trust, always verify. And this is the key in the battle that we have with the bad guys. Access can be granted to internet, SaaS applications, the public cloud, or even to applications hosted in your data centers. The platform auto-mediates access at any scale, and there are no pass-through connections. Users are never put on your network. Unlike legacy VPNs, they do not get an IP address on your network, and they cannot go wherever they want, whenever they want. This significantly reduces your attack surface. The system automatically verifies against your access policy based on user, device, and application context and prevents any unauthorized access. This is the key to zero trust. Never trust, always verify. We have a single data lake for all of these services, which allows full visibility for all traffic. This all adds up to increased protection against those ransomware threats while significantly reducing your costs and complexity, but most importantly, offering a great user experience. So how does Atmos help with preventing ransomware? Well, there are three areas in which we can help you. First, Atmos minimizes your exposure. Atmos is a cloud-delivered SSE platform, meaning there are no physical appliances to target, attack, or exploit. In fact, Atmos works very differently from the traditional network-centric security appliances like VPN. While VPN requires you to punch holes through your firewall and expose inbound ports, Atmos only enables access through outbound connections. The result is that your network IPs are never exposed. Outbound-only connections with SSE stop compromised users and devices from ever coming into contact with your network, but also make your networking applications invisible to all unauthorized users, which significantly reduces your attack surface. Additionally, Atmos reduces exposure with inline SSL content inspection for both internal and external traffic. So in the case that an employee receives a phishing email or has a malware on their device, or is going to a sketchy website, admins have visibility and control over user activity to prevent these risks from impacting the business. Secondly, Atmos reduces lateral movement. The concept of least privilege access is baked into the core of the Atmos SSE platform. More often than not, users only need access to a select number of applications, but traditional legacy solutions give access to the entire network. Atmos not only decouples application access from network access, but also eliminates any potential for lateral movement on the corporate network. With Atmos, connectivity is granted on a user-to-app basis, meaning that users cannot skip over any unauthorized applications by mistake. Admins can establish granular access for all user types with simple, scalable access policies. For example, this allows third-party users to only access a subset of authorized applications outlined by your security team. Atmos also enables least privileged connectivity between server-to-server communication. Admins can ensure that servers only connect to authorized locations, creating segmentation protection from any ransomware threats. Lastly, Atmos prevents data loss. With Atmos Smart DLP capabilities, you can easily control the actions that users can and can't do across all types of traffic. Our Smart DLP allows admins to restrict or allow downloads, uploads, or access to certain files for all traffic within a single DLP policy, creating a holistic data loss prevention. Atmos also empowers admins with a single data lake for insights across the whole of our platform. So whether a user is accessing an internal application, a SaaS application, admins have visibility into malicious activity and can see exactly what they are doing in a particular session.
And customers, they're the key. Could be an example like CDU San Jose, which needed to keep its hybrid workforce protected and secure. Or it could be like Procter & Gamble, which had a third-party user challenge. We helped them with a BYOD solution and saved them over $10 million a year. Or it could be a company like VisionWorks, which is going through a transition from a legacy point-of-sale system to one that's delivered from the cloud. Access helped all of these customers. Access Security was also featured in the news recently. Nasdaq.com interviewed Frost & Sullivan's cybersecurity analyst Trof Whitmore on the topic of how the cloud will change cybersecurity. Trof rightly calls out the challenges of distributed applications and the newly distributed workforce. He then offers his view up for the future, the transition of hardware assets of the past to software and deliver them via the cloud. He then reviews a list of vendors in the space and calls out Access Security as one of the first vendors in the space to poach customers, not only hardware-based, but also in the cloud, zero-trust access space. When you consider your options to defend against the challenge of ransomware, do not leave networking and security out. There are new solutions available, better solutions which overcome the complexity of the past, solutions which are based on adaptive trust, offer lower operational complexity, provide greater visibility, and most critically, are at a lower price point versus your legacy solutions that you saw in the decades of the 2000s. So reach out to the Access team or the greater HPE Aruba Networks team to learn more. The best place to start is replacing your VPN. Use the QR code or go to our website, accesssecurity.com. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you to both John and Jay for that awesome presentation. I want to point out that we've got a poll question up on the screen for you all. We're wondering what additional information you would like to get about the Access Security solution. So, just kind of getting a brush across the surface there. We got to get into the details a little bit with John and Jay, and there's so much more to cover. So as I say, this is hitting the easy button. Make your life easy. You will not remember everything that we're covering in this big jam-packed day. So this is the way that you can make sure that you are getting the follow-up information, the reminders that you need to make sure that this information is going to stick with you later, that you can recall it later when you need it. So click on that poll. I also want to encourage you to head on over to the Handouts tab and click on the Access Security link. It's a 2023 Security Service Edge or SSE adoption report. You can get all this insight kind of recapped and in a little bit more detail that you need on the shift away from legacy access and the rapidly growing SSE market in our modern workplaces. This is a very interesting read, and as I said, a great follow-up from our chat today. So make sure you've got that open. Save that after we wrap. Okay, well, for now, I have some good news. And no, it's not a prize giveaway, although that is coming. It's even better than a prize giveaway. It's Scott Becker joining us here with a prize giveaway. How's that for an entrance? Thank you, Scott, for joining us and bringing the prizes today.
Yeah, I feel like I'm a disappointment compared to a prize, but at least I am coming with prize in hand.
It's
In
both.
fact, a gift card and a grand prize. So trying to soften the blow there. Yeah, Jess, great
I
job
like
so
it.
far. Yeah, and I heard you talking about the notepad. I've been doing the same thing. I've been writing down things, scribbling things with my chicken scratch that I won't be able to read later. But so I'll be grabbing the handouts too to make sure that I can actually capture some of the information that some of these sessions have had so far. This has been fantastic.
It's
But
been
Jess,
great.
thanks.
And as Joshua said, no one else can read our notes either, Scott, right? They're totally secure.
That's right. It's a security thing. It's like encryption, only better. All right. Well, let's move on to our next prize drawing. And I do want to thank everybody who filled out the poll question there. We really do appreciate that. So we have one of our grand prize drawings. So first off, the winner of the next $300 Amazon gift card is David Hewitt from Pennsylvania. And the winner of our next grand prize, a Microsoft Surface Pro 9, is Derek Pena from Texas. So congratulations to David and to Derek. We'll be in touch about claiming your prizes. I just have to say that I can't believe the Surface Pro is at version 9. I had one of the original tablets. I was at a Microsoft convention, and initially it wasn't very successful, so they were kind of almost giving them away. I got one for $100, and handed it down to my son, who used it for years. And now they're up to version 9 of the Pro, so it's just keeps iterating. Great product. All right. Well, now it's time for our next presentation in the Ransomware Plan MegaCast. And this session is going to come from Cohesity, and presenting for Cohesity are Jonathan Mayer and Robert Shields. So Jonathan is Field Technical Director at Cohesity, and Robert is Director of Data Security for PMM, also at Cohesity. So Jonathan and Robert, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Look forward to it.
Well, I'll turn things over to Robert to get us started.
Awesome. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. We are really glad to be here. So and let me see. Can we see my slides yet?
Yes.
Yep. See them.
Okay. Perfect. So today, we're going to be talking about critical considerations before, during, and after a ransomware attack. And Jonathan, you were introduced, and one of the things that I want to do was make sure that we get the right context here. People go, what are we talking about? What we're talking about here is what's been classically known as backup and recovery. Some people call it cyber recovery. But in today's age of threats and incidents that are going on, one of the things that has become really, really clear for organizations is that not only do they need to have defensive capabilities to withstand attacks, but they need to have recovery. They need to have the ability to recover from those attacks also. This is what's defined in NIST Cyber Resiliency Engineering Guidelines. So Jonathan, that's kind of the context where we're at. So when you look at backup and recovery from where it was at 15 years ago, it's morphed quite a bit. And really, this is part and parcel now of the security landscape.
Yeah, absolutely.
And with that,
Yep, go for it.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, I mean, you're absolutely right, and it's such a dynamic environment right now that we're in. So, being able to introduce, broader capabilities, it just allows teams to tackle these problems in unique ways that, frankly, they have to be able to, mitigate these challenges.
Right. And so, what we have here is a very complex environment. When we take a look at, what happens during a ransomware attack, very complicated. And I know, we had talked about in the run up to this, that, hey, we don't want to go into this detail, but I think it's good for you to set the context of what is, typically the anatomy of a ransomware attack, and why is that a particular challenge for most organizations?
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is it's still kind of floors me, but there are many teams out there that they still view ransomware as not that big a departure from just standard disaster recovery. And the fact of the matter is it's very dynamic. It is very different. And yeah, it sort by treating it more like disaster recovery, it misses the point that the whole objective of the attackers is just to exert leverage on the organization for the purpose of payment, right? And so keeping that in mind, there's a lot of motivation to shift to make the situation as unpredictable as possible. And so that's where really flexibility and how you address the incidents that come your way make all the difference for success in thwarting them.
Perfect. Yeah, and then when you take a look at, the ransomware attack, of course, there's all sorts of safeguards and controls that go into trying to prevent these attacks. In most organizations, if you think about it, Jonathan, with the frequency of the attacks that are going on out there, there's statistics that say, every 20 seconds, every 11 seconds, every 3 seconds, whatever the right statistic is, it's a lot of attacks, okay? And they're being driven by very, very smart, very, very intelligent, very organized, gangs, nation states, whatever, they're going to get through. And that's the real challenge with ransomware. It doesn't really matter how much prevention you are applying. At some point in time, you should bet on the fact that you will be the victim of the ransomware attack. So where does that leave you? Well, that leaves you in the context of, okay, now what do? We need to recover. And in many cases, sometimes recovery is understated. And the role of a company like ours, some people might say we're overstating it, but we're not. We're part and parcel of the recovery, but it is a very complex thing. And I think from a thought leadership perspective, you could touch in on, why is that complex, or what are all the pieces that are involved with a recovery?
Well, absolutely. I mean, there's quite a few, and the punchline is that every incident is very different. And so, kind of back to my earlier statement about the flexibility, is being able to understand exactly the scope of what you're dealing with very quickly. I know we talk about a lot speed and confidence, because the faster you have good information to work with, the more quickly you're able to take the correct actions to remediate the threats. And so, there are a lot of different response frameworks. Personally, I kind of like Pickrel the best from SANS, because I feel like it has a pretty close tie to just an operational perspective. That doesn't mean that MITRE and NIST aren't equally valid, but I feel like this one in particular does a really nice job of kind of articulating that, as I mentioned in the beginning, Cohesity specifically as a data protection platform, our data management platform, obviously our core role, our core function in here is to facilitate recovery, but that's how we earn our keep in the mix. But we also understand that with the intelligence and the scale that we provide, and it allows you to do different things than have been previously possible. And so it does allow us to provide a lot of value further up the stack here. And the thing, especially when we're talking with operations teams about frameworks like this, the part that gets a little bit lost in translation is, though this reads sort of top down, it's actually iterative, right? And the key here is that the more things you're able to do simultaneously, and that may include multiple iterations running sort of not necessarily perfectly in tandem. So you might have some parts of the environment that you're more of an identification phase, but then you might have other stuff that's being forensically taken apart, and then you might have other parts that are already to the eradication phase. So, being able to break those things out and give your entire response teams, actions that they can take in parallel with one another really makes a difference to how fast you get those critical business functions back into service. So yeah, I think as we get further into the conversation, I mean, there's a lot of capability where Cohesity just being able to make data available, we really start to enter the picture in the containment phase, but we even have a lot of customers using us to host that initial jump bag and some of their policies and procedures. So it's pretty exciting to be able to kind of move through that whole stack and provide value.
Great point, Jonathan. And we're going to move in, but I want to emphasize a point that you just made. When we look at containment, and they talk about backup and eradication, they talk about restoring the backup. But there is no recovery without the data, and that's where we're going here, and where we'll continue this discussion today. Is what does that mean? How do you ensure that that data is available? That that it hasn't been tampered with, that it's reliable, that you can recover. And I love what you talk about, and I know you're talking to CISOs and security teams all the time. And one of the key things that they resonate with is the fact that you need to recover with speed, but if you don't recover with confidence, which is what this entire process that we're showing here is about, making sure that you have a confident recovery, then you don't really have a recovery, because basically you're setting up the organization for the opportunity, for the reinfection, to happen again, and or the data that is restored not having the integrity to support the resumption of the business processes and the applications. So with that, and we focus on data, from a ransomware perspective, you're going to have to recover at some point in time. And if you don't have the right data foundation, reliable data, you're going to be in trouble. So with that, I'm just going to go ahead and, start building this out. We put this into a temporal aspect, timeline. We look at this, Jonathan, from a standpoint of, before an attack. And the context here is, okay, what do we need to do to protect that recovery data? How do we make sure that it is reliable? And then more importantly, Jonathan, you got to look at, okay, the data may be intact. No one was able to touch the data, but maybe they were able to change the backup schedule. And if they do that, you're very vulnerable. Think about it. You go from a twice a day backup, someone changes a setting to, once a year. Or, the retention of the backup goes from 30 or 60 days, it goes to 1 hour. Well, you're kind of less exposed there. So, Jonathan, what are some of the things that you want to do to make sure that that data remains reliable, it has integrity, and that people cannot tamper with the platform and change settings?
Yeah, so, I mean, one of the things that we stress, it seems crazy that this still is such a talking point, but just please enable MFA on anything and everything. It really makes such a huge difference to just slowing an attack down to it really makes a difference. It is effective. That said, we introduced a lot of other controls that go, from two-person integrity, multi-person integrity. But on top of that, even, having the ability to do things like enable data lock, even for a short period of time, you kind of look at what's the minimum amount of, or I guess what's the maximum RPO that my organization can actually sustain or survive or make it through this event without having a catastrophic issue. Lock the data for that amount of time, and that way you always have guarantee that you will have what you need to start building things back. And then just practice. I mean, you have to go through the process of testing the plan you have in place and look for the problems, because during that incident response is not the place where you want to figure out that you don't know how to procure Bitcoin, or that you forgot to lock down your golden images, or you don't have a secure communications channel.
Yeah, I think I saw you speaking about this before, where during when an attack happens, it is chaos, and this before attack goes. Great point. It goes beyond locking down the data, locking down the platform. It goes to practice, because you brought up a point a couple of weeks ago in a presentation. It's like, hey, who has authorization to approve a Bitcoin payment? In the case of a ransomware attack and someone decides to pay. I mean, those are great points. You have to go through that and get that practice in, because I think, as you've said, because you've experienced this, and I know our own CERT team. We have a CERT team at Cohesity, and their job is to support our customers. Our customers have any indication of a ransomware attack, they're Johnny on the spot. But that's something that I've talked to the lead there. I've talked to you. It's absolute chaos when these attacks happen. No matter how much the preparation, it's chaos. So I guess you can't over-prepare too much.
No, absolutely.
So let's move
it's
on.
Chaos by design. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, the attackers, threat actors, do a great job of doing that. So, Jonathan, let's go to the next phase here, because when you talk about the data protection foundation, a backup and recovery solution, and we talk about locking down the data and locking down the platform, and then folks might think, oh, well, we're just sitting around waiting for an attack, and then we'll recover data. But we actually take an active role in supporting the controls and processes that organizations have in place for their ransomware defense. And Jonathan, we have a unique view on all the critical data that an organization is protecting with our platform. In many cases, it is their critical business processes. It is the things that that make their organization run, that provide their services, allow transactions to flow, right? And so we have this unique view on that data, and with that, we can leverage a few interesting things, to understand, hey, maybe there's an attack in progress, and then we have some other detection capabilities to ensure that people understand, okay, we've been saving in data. Is there malware in it? We want to touch upon a couple of those points and what we're doing there and why it's a benefit to organizations.
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, this is a really key point to make also, is just in the conversations I have, to be very, very clear, we protect the data. And so the analysis that we perform is on a backup copy. And that's really key in this conversation, because we understand there are primary systems. There's, whether it's XDR, EDR, IDS, there are a lot of things watching active connections and endpoints and their interrelation and capturing logs and all that. And our purpose is to augment the intelligence coming in through those things. And so as you have data coming in from your primary tools and it's all aggregating in your SIEM, we want to provide valuable insights to essentially enrich that data. And so, first and foremost, if something does get by, I mean, we've had customers that were running, different EDR solutions, and a threat got through. And so as we're doing the backups, we analyze and we detected that there was a problem. And so at that point, that you're already into the response phase. Your chance for proactivity is gone. But that's where that speed, because we're detecting as the backups are taking place, not after a third copy or whatever, you're able to respond quickly, understand the scope of the attack, what's the system, because of our indexing, be able to see what's actually happening, what are the files that are being adjusted, maybe there's details about IOCs there, and then being able to quickly understand, what kind of data is on that system from a classification standpoint, being able to understand what other IOCs may be on there. And that's where a lot of these integrations we've got with our Data Security Alliance really come into play, because we're using threat feeds externally that are updated daily, and are watching malware behavior. So we're not just looking for specific signatures of individual packages, but we're looking for more of characteristics of malware. So it helps us understand when there is something that's a little unique or a new flavor of an old package, right, an old payload. And then similarly with the classification, it's not just standard regex and queries. It's actually using machine learning and kind of a more intelligent process to have context around the things that are being found. So it's all feeding back into that SIM and the incident response team, so they can make more accurate decisions about who needs to be involved and what the scope is, and whether or not there's previously undetected threats in the environment aside from what there's maybe actively chasing after. So it gives a lot of power, and then the fact that it is in the backups from a forensic standpoint, that's really interesting, because now all of a sudden you've got quick access to points in time historically, right? So as you start to really unwind what is going on and what has taken place to lead up to this incident, you're able to really get a comprehensive picture of exactly how things happened and how to move forward.
Perfect. Let's get to so an attack has happened. In this case, when we're doing this detection, one of the things that we do is we automatically inform the security operations people, that whether it be Cisco, SecureX, Palo Alto, that something happened, and they're off investigating, and they may, who knows, it could be a scorched earth situation. You don't know what degree, but in many cases there's going to be a recovery. So Jonathan, we just got a couple of minutes because we want to leave us some time for a couple questions and answers, but what are the key things you want to look at from a recovery standpoint, for this type of data protection foundation that we're talking about?
Yeah, the big thing is that recovery is not a single step, right? That is, it's important to understand that, especially in a cyber event, you've got multiple, and oftentimes you get multiple teams coming together. You have maybe usable data, but then you have dirty systems, and so you're trying to quickly identify what are the clean parts, what are the dirty parts, and then put the clean parts together. Sometimes you're building things directly. Sometimes you're recovering out of older backups. There's going to be a set playbook for exactly what is the exit criteria and what are the what are the things that you have to do to actually get rid of the threat. And so being able to, again, like I mentioned at the beginning, have parallel efforts underway across those different teams, being able to stage large groups of systems and being able to bring in both unstructured data and join it with the systems that were taken down or that you need to kind of move to a different area in order to get them back into service. Like that's all the stuff that factors into an effective response in a timely, really in a timeline that is usable for the business.
Perfect. Yeah, there's always the underestimation of what is in the recovery process, and having the scalability and throughput to instantly restore thousands of VMs. I mean, it has multiple applications to various stages of the recovery process. And, the fact that, you want to, potentially have, decontamination processes in place. So, yeah, at scale is critically important to that equation. So, Jonathan, this is kind of what it looks like. When we talk about, this data protection foundation, one of the things we've realized is while we work with, when we have folks coming in talking to us about, hey, we're concerned, we're not sure we have reliable, recovery, we can protect the data if there is a ransomware attack, we feel exposed, we need a modern, solution that has, all these protections and extra security built in. And, you have CISOs and security engineers, and I've been in those meetings. I do the executive briefings that happen in many cases along with our CISO. But I can tell you, while they're involved, they don't run these platforms. And the reason this screenshot is up is just to show folks how simple this can be. When you look at, this isn't the administration of the backup scheduling and for the platform. This is the security center, and everything here is meant to be simple. And folks can go in, for instance, Jonathan, you were talking about doing threat scanning of that backup data. It's point and click, because in many cases these are backup administrators running these processes. Same thing for the security posture. Click and initiate. Okay, has anything happened to the platform where an administrator has changed a setting that has caused a drift, of the security posture itself? So very, very simple. Wanted to make this as easy as possible for people. Not put a burden on the security team to have to run another platform. But you had mentioned before, and I need to go back here, that we do believe this is a team sport. We have a number of integrations where we're linking to other solutions to be part of that ransomware response and infrastructure that is already baked into the organization. Folks are out there, they don't have, they have very mature and proven practices based on a number of industry-leading solutions. We tie into that. We see an anomaly in backup data, we're going to alert them and let them know about it. So Jonathan, real quickly, if you could take us through this in about 30, 40 seconds, we'll have time for just a couple of questions.
Yeah, no, it's fair. I mean, what you've spoken about already, it's really about communicating risk, right? And so at a glance, what we do, I think it very succinctly says it. We provide the greatest scalability. We do it with great simplicity, and then we wrap tight security around it all. And so there is tremendous benefit, both from a financial standpoint and from an operational standpoint, to all of that.
Exactly, and we're bringing those those key capabilities in, that are listed here, and that it's something, these are obviously proven solutions, and important to organizations is not only having a technology provider that provides a platform, but we also have an extensive security teams here, ranging from our CISOs that provide the strategic consulting to you, and the the field technical directors and the SEs that provide that tactical man on the street. I mean, Jonathan, you did this for years, incident response, and about it, and then also to our post-incident team, our CERT team, that will go in and help customers with their response processes. So with that, I think I'm trying to get back over to Scott. I'll put this slide up for folks to look at, but I think we're going to go ahead and move into Q&A.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, great discussion, Robert and Jonathan. Let's see. We had a question here from Kirby. How long does recovery typically take? I know that it depends on a lot of things, but what do you see from customers?
I mean, yeah, it really depends on what the incident is. Our goal is always to allow the kind of the core systems to be back in service as rapidly as possible, and that's where even at large scale in real world environments, I mean, recovering. We had a customer that had 500 VMs go down because it wasn't ransomware; it was their primary storage array went down, but they had that environment completely back up and running within about 2 hours. So a little bit of a generic answer, but it all depends, right?
Of course. And while we go to maybe one more question here, I do want to put up the poll just for any additional information people would like from Cohesity. This is, of course, in addition to the handout in your handout section. But I guess maybe just one other general question for you guys. What are some of the biggest misconceptions about recovering from a ransomware event?
I would say that all too often we run into teams where they've believed the marketing too much. Sorry, Robert. And it's all point and click, right? It's everything is about, here is a clean copy. I can hit go and it's back and ready to use. And that's just, there's more to it than that. And systems are OS and data, and then there's procedures, because at some point somebody's going to ask, how can you prove that this is good? So there has to be documentation about what was the threat, what steps were taken, how can we prove that we're clean and good? So it's no matter how simple or fast you can make it, there is a process, and there is a little bit of a little more to it.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thanks so much. Well, Robert and Jonathan, I think we're going to have to leave it there, but there are a couple of questions there in the console. If you guys have a minute and you want to hang out in the console, we'd really appreciate it. But thank you so much for coming on and giving us the update on Cohesity.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, and now it's time for our next prize drawing, and the winner of the $300 Amazon gift card is Diane Priesel from Connecticut. So congratulations to Diane. We'll be in touch about getting you your card. Now it's time for our next presentation in the Ransomware Planning MegaCast. The session comes from Red Canary, and I'm delighted to welcome back to an actual tech media event, Alex Spiliotis, Senior Product Manager at Red Canary. Alex, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. Great to be back.
Yeah, well, I'm going to turn things over to you, so take it away.
Awesome. Let's see, I'll advance the slide here. All right. Thank you very much, everybody, for attending. Really appreciate you taking time out of your day today to attend this MegaCast and spend it with Red Canary. I'm excited to talk to you about specific strategies and tactics for building your ransomware preparedness plan. A little bit about me before we get started. So as was already said, my name is Alex Spiliotis. I'm a senior manager at Red Canary. I've been at Red Canary for about a year and a half now. But before Red Canary, I worked at an industry analyst firm focusing on security market research. And in between that and Red Canary, I worked at a SIM vendor. So been in the security operations industry for a bit now. My two favorite things to do are play the obscure racket sport squash. So maybe there are some other, devotees on the call, and fishing. Fishing, when I have any free time, I try to spend it out in the wilderness, going after trout or other types of fish. And I can pretty much be derailed from any train of thought if you bring up one of these two things. So maybe keep that in your back pocket if we ever work together. I think it makes sense to kick off my presentation going over a report that Red Canary just put out. Every year we look at, so we serve hundreds of customers, and every year we take a retroactive look at the threats that we detected for our customers and analyze them to determine any year-over-year trends or even just the top trends, threats in a given year. And so first I should clarify that a threat, we interpret a threat to mean a specific threat actor, a cluster of activity, a malware variant, could even be a legitimate security tool that's abused. We consider all of those threats. And on screen here are the top 10 threats we saw in 2022. You'll notice that ransomware is absent from our top 10 threats list. We did not see many ransomware payloads in customer environments this year, but that doesn't tell the whole story because of the top 10 threats that we saw last year, 8 of 10 of them are ransomware precursors. We know that these tools, these threat actors, these malware variants are often detected before ransomware and encryption occurs. So that's not to say that ransomware is trending down. We certainly don't believe that to be the case. We just detected and stopped many more precursors than we did or saw actual payloads. And I think relevant to that, and part of the reason why we saw more precursors than we did actual payloads is because of how Red Canary approaches ransomware detection and response. This graphic kind of puts it really succinctly. We focus on detecting and stopping initial access, reconnaissance, and lateral movement. That's kind of an organizational priority for us, so that we can stop exfiltration and encryption, of our customer environments. And as I should have said earlier, in case it's unclear, Red Canary provides managed detection and response, 24/7 detection, investigation, and response for our customers who use us for MDR. And another note is, this is our focus with respect to ransomware. If you talk to a true incident response provider, they are often brought in after the exfiltration or encryption, kind of a true formal IR engagement, with cyber insurance likely involved at that point. So if you ask them for the top 10 threats they saw, they might have a different lens to it. We're not saying the top 10 threats we saw are, the canon. It's very much relevant to where we focus in the intrusion chain. And so to keep it simple, just for the 20 or so minutes I have on the call, I'll focus on some strategies and tactics specifically with respect to ransomware prevention, detection, and response. There are, other frameworks that we, go into a little bit more depth in, in perhaps a different type of presentation. Particularly, we support the SANS PyCurl approach to incident response. We very much endorse that as an incident response program. But again, just for the purposes of this call, to keep it simpler, we'll talk about preparing to prevent, detect, and respond to ransomware. So looking back over the past year, our detection engineers, our threat hunters, our threat researchers concluded that users continue to be the weakest link in the initial change of compromise that we investigate, which makes it more critical for organizations to really feel confident in their ability to prevent, detect, and respond to user or identity abuse. Credential abuse comes to mind. It's not surprising that users continue to be the weakest link, and some might argue are becoming an increasingly weak and increasingly exploited attack vector for for intrusion to deliver ransomware payloads later. This is, if you think about the just change in computing over the last 20, but certainly the last 10 or years or during the pandemic, organizations are moving more critical data to cloud infrastructure and to SaaS applications. As more data, sensitive data moves to those destinations, as your employees and associated users interact with that data that's outside of your data center and outside of your direct line of visibility, user credentials become an increasingly valuable resource for adversaries to exploit, because they can compromise credentials, and if you're not taking the necessary steps for prevention, detection, or response, exploit those credentials and get the data they want or encrypt the data they want outside of your immediate visibility. So Red Canary, as a company, believes that identity security, identity threat detection and response will be increasingly relevant for not only stopping ransomware early, but stopping many other types of abuse and increasingly common attacks that organizations are facing. So thinking about your cloud infrastructure, being able to stop malicious access could stop, a crypto, an adversary from spinning up servers to do crypto mining with your, in your cloud infrastructure. Having a good sense of identity threat detection and response and abuse prevention could result in fewer business email compromise attacks or successful business email compromise attacks, payroll fraud attacks. The identity will be increasingly, or securing identities will be increasingly important to preventing all types of threats that you'll face, including the threat of ransomware. So now into the kind of recommended tactics, given the threat trends that we've seen as a company and the increasing importance of securing identities. One tactic you can take is requiring users to do number matching when they access your company's resources. This combats what are called MFA fatigue attacks, or also known as push bombing. Basically, if an adversary compromises the credentials of one of your users, they might try to log in to associated SaaS apps or other resources, maybe trying to log in 100 times in 5 minutes or something like that. If they're using legitimate credentials, your user, without number matching, might just get a push notification. And on push notification 99, they might just be like, you know what, I don't care. I'm going to hit yes. I got to go about my day. At that point, the adversary would have access to the resources that they're trying to access. Number matching requires the user or the person who's logging into an application to provide numbers from an authentication device. So it could be a hard token, or more likely a soft token on that user's device that contains the numbers for the login. This ensures that the person with the hard or soft token it has the numbers that are required for the login, and the adversary would not be in possession in this situation of your user's device or hard or soft token, and would not be allowed access to the resource. An even better or more secure approach to preventing malicious access that could lead to ransomware in the future is phishing-resistant MFA, which ties authentication to a device. Like a common example would be a hardware token, or maybe a YubiKey. So your user has something that would has something in addition to providing the credential or showing perhaps a biometric authenticator, maybe authenticating with their face or fingerprint. This type of MFA is even better than number matching. It can be harder to implement architecturally, but it is even more secure than number matching. And lastly, to kind of take a layered defense approach, we recommend using conditional access policies where applicable. Basically, policies that are kind of like access control lists or similar to firewalls, in that you get to set specific policies where any sort of person in any situation, if that policy is met, the person cannot authenticate. So maybe you don't allow authentication or access to SharePoint or OneDrive on any unmanaged device. Or maybe you require a step-up authentication from a user trying to log in from a geography that they don't normally log in from. These are examples that, again, layered onto something like number matching or phishing-resistant MFA, really can result in an improvement to your security posture, specifically with respect to access. Moving on from prevention. You can't prevent all threats, unfortunately, so detection and response become increasingly important. Thinking about detection, I've listed on screen here some platforms and telemetry sources that contain relevant information for your organization to query to perhaps tip you off to suspicious access activity, or activity that could indicate pre-ransomware activity. If you use a identity platform like Azure Active Directory or Okta, those logs contain valuable information for detecting access abuse and credential abuse, as do Duo authentication logs, Google Workspace login auditing, and AWS CloudTrail. In order to detect threats once they pass through your initial preventative mechanisms, we recommend analyzing things like, as I mentioned, geographically improbable logins, too many access attempts and failed access attempts in too short a period of time. Things like non-admins accessing the admin console, or even normal users accessing folders that are designated as having sensitive data that they don't normally access. No one activity of these will, in and of itself, necessarily indicates malicious activity, but they could tip you off to malicious activity. So considered in the context of other data about a given identity, about a given device, these activities could perhaps tip you off earlier in an intrusion chain to pre-ransomware activity. Additionally, kind of the more classic data sources or data sources that in the last 10 or so years have become increasingly helpful for detecting malicious activity are device and network telemetry. So suspicious processes, command line monitoring, network monitoring, file integrity monitoring. These, if you use an endpoint detection and response tool, those tools will analyze that data or have detections applied to that data for you in many cases. Identity threat detection and response is a critical element of preventing ransomware payload delivery, but it needs to be coupled with other analyzing other types of telemetry so that you can understand the full scope of an attack, and which or not, but understanding the full scope of identity behavior to determine if activity is malicious or benign. And lastly, thinking or moving on, you need to prepare to respond to pre-ransomware activity, or unfortunately, if there's ever a true ransomware encryption of any organization, you need to have a response plan. And first in line on those response plans is establishing kind of foundational elements of your response program. I've listed those kind of foundational elements on screen here. First, defining roles and responsibilities with respect to a ransomware response program or just incident response in general. This is not just security team roles and responsibilities. Obviously, the security team will be an integral part of a incident response or ransomware response program, but defining the roles for people like your chief financial officer. If you are ransomed, making sure that the CFO is aware of the implications of paying or not paying a ransom, and having an organizational policy on that, but also things like a chief marketing officer, because if a intrusion progresses to the point of data exfiltration or encryption, your organization needs to know how you plan to communicate to the public, perhaps to investors, perhaps to your affected users, your customer base as a whole. These are roles and responsibilities that need to be defined early and vetted with the appropriate parties. So the security team cannot just define the roles and responsibilities for the C-suite. The C-suite and CFO, CMO have to be bought in. Next, once you've defined roles and responsibilities, you need to practice ransomware scenarios regularly, and regularly is key. So I believe a Forrester analyst last year noted in a blog post that it's not enough to just practice occasionally. Like the incident response exercises need to incident response exercises need to be performed regularly. You think of just past experiences you may have had, or just any sort of practicing any sort of skill. A 1 or 2 day practice early in the year does not prepare you for an event later in the year. Skills grow stale without practice, so regularly exercising your incident response capabilities and your approach to ransomware response is critical. And then lastly, just reviewing outcomes and identifying shortcomings in your practice exercises. And of course, if you actually have an event, reviewing, kind of doing a post-mortem in that situation. This allows you to kind of, every exercise you perform gets more accurate or more confident, and more efficient to the point when you actually have an event, you're really ready to roll. And now just for some kind of tactical guidance or examples that apply to containment, eradication, and recovery from ransomware attacks. So when we think about containing a threat, you think about it as stopping the bleeding, stopping the threat or the threat actor in its tracks. Example actions that would be part of a containment. Containing a threat would be isolating affected endpoints, banning executables, file hashes, blocking traffic to malicious IP addresses associated with the threat actor or the threat activity that you've detected. For eradication, this is kind of getting all the artifacts from a ransomware or pre-ransomware activity out of your environment. Examples are removing malicious code that might still be on affected devices or systems that could grant an adversary kind of a backdoor entry into your environment. If the code wasn't removed, revoking access tokens. So if associating identities with endpoints is critical, so that you can, if necessary, remove from your network or from access to your applications any identity associated with affected systems that are affected by ransomware. And also just, if necessary, rebuilding endpoints. That's often, re-imaging a device is often, not the most efficient way of overcoming or eradicating the threat, but often provides a great pathway from eradication to true recovery from a threat. And lastly, recovery, kind of feeling confident that your organization has emerged from the ransomware threat and is ready to kind of resume business as the new normal indicates, depending on the severity of your event. And example recovery actions, as I've already discussed, are replacing systems, re-imaging a system or just discarding the affected systems if necessary. But another kind of often overlooked recovery tactic is sometimes you need to part ways with risky partners or technology partners. Maybe you're not comfortable with the risk tolerance of continuing on with a SaaS app that is associated with your organization suffering from a ransomware event. Maybe the cloud infrastructure provider you're using is not, you don't have full confidence in after your event. Oftentimes you do have to change your business relationships and take on more trustworthy partners, and that can be an often overlooked element of recovering from an event. And so, I've gone through kind of Red Canary's approach to detecting ransomware, stopping it earlier in the intrusion chain, tactics for your organization, that can help you better prevent, detect, and respond to ransomware or pre-ransomware activity should you suffer from a threat. But many organizations just want a partner who gives them a lot of confidence that pre-ransomware activity will be detected and stopped very early on in the kill chain or in an intrusion chain. And that's a function that Red Canary serves for its customers. So as I mentioned, we provide 24/7 managed detection and response. If you're a Microsoft customer, you may hear Microsoft refer to it as managed extended detection and response. We view them synonymously. Essentially, we provide 24/7 security coverage across customers' cloud, endpoints, networks, SaaS apps, with a combination of our technology platform, but also our human experts looking at your data, and detecting threats and sussing out what is indicative of threat and what's benign. And Red Canary customers detect on average 5 times more, or Red Canary, should I say, detects on average 5 times more threats than a customer security tools on their own would detect. And we tend to improve our customers' mean or median time to respond to threats by 10x using a combination of automated playbooks, guidance, and often just performing remediation on our customers' behalves. And lastly, just if you're using Red Canary for MDR, we really eliminate alert fatigue, which I know plagues many security organizations, almost most security organizations, and we tend to reduce false positives by 99% for our customers. And kind of an indicative event that I think illustrates the value that Red Canary provides, kind of applying what I've talked about as tactics for detecting and responding to ransomware, applies to the Kaseya VSA ransomware attack from almost 2 years ago now. In short, Red Canary fully mitigated that threat 30 minutes before Kaseya even announced publicly that it was suffering an incident. And the way that this went down was we write, in addition to reviewing alerts from customer security products, we have a threat research team, we have an internal threat intelligence team, and we write our own detections applied to customer telemetry. Detections that we wrote captured malicious activity within 5 minutes of the adversary starting to execute that activity. Our threat intelligence team associated the activity that we saw with our evil ransomware, at which point we knew this was a very serious threat. We proactively reached out to all potentially affected customers and guided them through response and remediation as they needed. We do that 24/7. We also, in some cases, had worked with customers to set up automated containment playbooks, so just confirming with the customer that the threat was contained and perhaps guiding them through eradication and recovery. But this is just all to say that this is an example of Red Canary and the value that we provide to customers, specifically, thinking about a ransomware example. Okay, and that concludes the presentation. Thank you very much for your time. And now I'm happy to take any questions that have arose.
Okay, yeah, really thought-provoking presentation there, Alex. Really appreciate that. I'm going to go ahead and put up the poll question, just additional information that people would like about Red Canary. You can see there's some unique assets in there. Alex, one thing that you had mentioned, just here in the last couple of minutes, there was a question that came in from Alan asking, can companies use policies to limit the number of push notifications that come in to limit push bombing? So you were talking about how many fewer notifications come in. Is it just a function of the platform, or are there also sort of parameters that your customers can set to sort of control how many notifications they're getting as well?
Yes, appreciate that question. So I believe that the identity platforms, so the ones I mentioned were Okta and Azure Active Directory, I believe that they allow you to, within their platform, customize the number of max number of push notifications a customer can receive in a set amount of time. I believe so, but I'm not 100% confident in that. I know on the Red Canary side, that is something that we write detections to tip us off to that. So we because we're writing our own detections and to augment whatever Okta or Azure Active Directory has baked into their platform, that we would be tipped off where we have detections where a situation is flagged if X number of push notifications or failed access attempts occur in a certain amount of time. So I believe you can set limits in identity platforms, but either way, Red Canary kind of detects those threats for customers so that we can stop them early.
Okay. This next one I'll just mention without asking, but Douglas, given your hobby and your career, wants to know if your favorite sport is fishing or fishing with a PH.
Definitely with an F. I don't know if you can go PH fishing for trout. There's probably some permutation that works there, but no, yeah, F. My favorite thing to do is fishing with an F.
Hey, there's some other interesting ones in here. Who at Red Canary handles ransomware?
Yeah, so we have a full customer security operations organization, kind of an organization that is devoted to detecting and responding to threats more efficiently for customers. Specifically, the teams that would be involved, so I guess some of the core teams would be first, our detection engineering team. So we have an internal team who, in which the professionals write detections to tip us off to pre-ransomware activity. So detection engineers would be involved in making sure that the detectors that Red Canary's written are up to date, are working properly, and are detecting the latest both emerging trends in pre-ransomware activity, but also trends that are approaches to ransomware that have been going around for a while. So detection engineers would very much be involved in stopping ransomware. Our threat research team, so we have a dedicated threat research team that is a little bit more forward-looking and focuses on emerging threats, potential threats, and again, ensuring that our detection engineers are writing detections to stop those kind of more emerging threats. Our threat intelligence team would very much be involved. We have adversary profiles that we write that are available in our platform that customers can view, but also that our intelligence team writes both periodic updates to customers monthly, providing them updates on the latest threat actor activity, but also if there's a new threat, we update customers as soon as possible, noting the threat to them, but also noting to them, hey, Red Canary has these detectors that capture this this type of threat. And lastly is our threat hunting team. Last thing is we have threat hunters who 24/7 guide customers through response and remediation or perform that remediation on their behalf.
Okay. Well, Alex, looks like we're running out of time, but if somebody wants to get started with Red Canary or kick the tires, what do you recommend?
Yeah, I recommend setting up a custom demo. I think that's a great way for customers to kind of see our platform in action in a way that is tough to do on a presentation like this. But yeah, that's usually what I recommend. Just a quick demo from one of our professionals, give you a good sense of how Red Canary works and how it improves your organization's security posture using the tools that you already have.
Okay. Well, Alex, always a pleasure to have you on. Thanks for the update on Red Canary. Really appreciate it.
Yep. Thank you so much. And thanks, everyone, for the time.
And now it's time for our next prize drawing. The winner of the $300 Amazon gift card is Willis Pearson from California. So congratulations to Willis on that gift card. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And remember that after the event is over, we'll be going back through and giving away a best question gift card for each session. So be sure to ask your questions because you might also win a prize. And now it's time for our next to last presentation in the Ransomware Preparedness MegaCast. This session comes from HPE. And presenting for HPE is Ken Huffman, who's Data Protection Solution Business Manager. So I'm going to turn things over to Ken.
Glad to be here. Thanks for having me. My name is Ken Huffman, Solution Business Manager for HPE Data Protection Products. We're going to talk about some of those today. I have Zerto, GreenLake for backup and recovery, GreenLake for disaster recovery, and also Store Once. So we'll reference some of that through the talk today. So let's dive in to ransomware preparedness. So first few slides is some of the typical marketing stuff, but it's very relevant. So you can see the statistics here. 51% of people view enhancing data security and protection as a #1 priority. 84% of organizations faced ransomware threats in the last 12 months. That is a pretty staggering statistic to me. 84%. It's really prevalent, right? And then lastly, 50% of organizations have suffered an unrecoverable data loss. That also pretty staggering, 50%, half the people. So we need a modern ransomware strategy with active prevention, intelligent detection, and comprehensive data protection and recovery. So really, I mean, those are three categories. So prevention, detection, and then recovery. You'll see that coming up in a few slides. So HPE Data Recovery Solutions, we can offer things like instantaneous immutable recovery points, secure backup appliances with immutable stores, and CDP, which is continuous data protection, and I will talk about that, and industry-leading ISVs. So in my journey of putting this deck together, I researched things at NIST, and I think there's a wealth of knowledge out there if you really want to get into a cybersecurity framework and how to protect yourself and recover from things. Go to the NIST website. It's the U.S. government. And, you know, there's, like I said, a ton of stuff out there to take advantage of. They're a little bit more granular. You can see the identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. You know, I have boiled it down to three that, you know, protect, detect, and recover. So, and lastly, the best offense is a good defense. Okay, so I've put these next two slides together, and it was kind of to explain or think about ransomware and the impact. So this first slide is the cyber attack spectrum. And so thinking through a cyber attack, is it simple or is it sophisticated or anything in between? And then when it occurred, did you detect it early or did you detect it late? And those two metrics really depend upon how long it's going to take to recover. So if it's a very sophisticated attack and you detected it late, it's going to be very long in recovery and probably a lot of effort in that recovery. Whereas if it's a simple attack and you detected it early, of course, you can recover pretty quickly. And then is the resolution, is it linear, the blue line, or is it more logarithmic, like the brown line? And there is no real answer to that. It depends upon your setup, your data, and what type of attack it was. So a ransomware attack timeline, so you can see at the top. And by the way, I've got simple and sophisticated, and there's everything in between, right? But the simple attack, it's typically a link or a file that is opened. And so a user clicks the link or opens the file, that deploys the ransomware, and it's doing its thing, which is typically encrypting data. Then you need to detect and recover from that. Whereas sophisticated, you can see the timeline's a little bit different. It's weeks or maybe even months. And there's first an intrusion, and then that bad actor scopes and then infects very sophisticatedly. And that ransomware deploys and is, you know, encrypting data in a very hidden way. And so the detection is typically longer, but then you still have to detect and recover. And you can see I've got some logos in there. So GreenLake Data Protection as a Service, I'm going to talk to that. That's backup and recovery and disaster recovery. And Zerto kind of straddle that detect and recover phases, and I'll explain that. And then at the start of this is Aruba. So our networking products, we've got ClearPass and SASE. SASE is Secure Access Services Edge, as well as Zero Trust. So these are all the prevent type of things you can do. I'm not going to cover that today, but our networking products do offer that. And like I said, the best offense is a good defense. Aruba does that for you. So on to the detect and recover. Importantly, these next two slides are from a deck that some pretty technical people, some chief technologists within HPE, did a 1 hour session purely on ransomware recovery. So it's a full 1 hour session, and you know, I think that there were 60 slides in it, but there's some pretty compelling things in there. So this is a slide I borrowed from that deck. You know, it says in this presentation, I'm not going to do their presentation, but the fact is, if you look at that second or third bullet down, ransomware isn't a single blueprint for everybody. There's different solutions based upon your infrastructure, your data. Ransomware protection is an additional key requirement in every data protection and DR solution, or it should be if it's not. So they're very important things to consider. And then I chose this next slide that looks frightful. It's very busy. Pardon me. In this deck, there were 6 reference architectures that they put together. This was one of the most complex. It's got replication. It's got 3 arrays. As you can see, the 3rd array is a clean room offsite. They've got air gapping. They've got a clean room. They've got immutable copies, all of this stuff to really mitigate ransomware. So some customers need this level of protection. You may or may not, but it can be this complex, or it can be as simple as a single point product that protects you in a more limited way. So keep this in mind. We can build very sophisticated solutions that really mitigate you from ransomware if your data is that expensive. I'll put it that way. So moving on to our products. In the data protection realm, this is kind of where I sit. We've got StoreEver, which is tape libraries, and that is the true air gap. That is, if there's anything that's air gapped, it's tape. You write the data to tape, take the tape out of the library. There's no way anybody can get to the data on that tape. StoreOnce is a disk-based backup target. Zerto is that continuous data protection that I'm going to explain. Data protection as a service is on our GreenLake Cloud platform, and that is backup and recovery and GreenLake for disaster recovery. And then lastly, we've got our HPE Complete products, which is our partner ISVs. There's Veeam, Commvault, Cohesity, that we can also build a solution for. So here's just a quick shot at StoreOnce. They're, like I said, disk-based backup appliances. We've got a full lineup of those. Next page is our backup products. So we've got a full line of tape libraries that you can use. And then I'm going to get into Zerto a little bit deeper because you may not know this product. So this is the main slide I would talk to Zerto on. The colored boxes is what Zerto delivers, and disaster recovery is the #1 thing that Zerto delivers for you. Ransomware mitigation is huge. And then data mobility and migrations I would talk to as well. And that's all delivered via continuous data protection, and I'll explain what that is here in just a little bit. But importantly, Zerto protects environments that include Azure, Google Cloud, VMware Engine, AWS. Zerto works in VMware and Hyper-V hypervisors. And then you can see those Kubernetes logos. So Zerto also protects containerized environments. So it's pretty prevalent where it works. The only caveat is it doesn't do bare metal, so keep that in mind. But all the major clouds, all the major hypervisors, Zerto plays in. So the Zerto difference, this is all about that continuous data protection, that CDP. So starting at the left, top left is continuous replication. So it's near synchronous by design. Synchronous replication can be brittle. So we do near synchronous, then moving around the clock to the journal. So we're replicating not just your data, we're replicating virtual machines, the operating system, the application, and your data. And it's not just going to a data store on the target side, it's going to a journal. And that journal is very granular. There are checkpoints written every 5 to 7 seconds. And that enables you to be able to recover your workload, and I'll talk to that in just a second, up to as little as 5 seconds ago and up to 30 days. It's configurable for that. Application consistency. So like I said, we were replicating VMs, OS, app, data, everything. So it's all the VMs that make up a workload. Zerto replicates with write order fidelity so that you can have the application consistency when you need to recover. And then lastly, at the bottom left, it's simplicity at scale. It's a single product, single user interface, no appliances to buy, no agents to deploy, none of that. So Zerto, this is an example, production site on the left. Zerto can replicate, like we talked, to Azure, to AWS, whatever. This is a cloud example. That replication could be to a DR site across town or across the country, could be to a colo. Zerto can replicate to up to 3 different targets, and it enables you to fail over to those targets in the event of a disaster. But in the case of ransomware, you're typically going to want to go back in time prior to the ransomware deployment, and we'll talk to that here next. So this is an example of that journal that I talked about and those checkpoints written every 5 to 7 seconds. If you look at the bottom, legacy data protection, there's backups. You might have 24 hours of data loss due to backups. With snapshots, are you doing snapshots every 4 hours, maybe as much as once an hour? You're still losing that data. With that continuous replication that Zerto does, You've got those checkpoints every 5 to 7 seconds. You can go 5 seconds prior to ransomware deployment and bring your workload back up and have your business up and running in minutes. Okay, the GreenLake Cloud Platform. This is a look at the GreenLake Cloud Platform. This is a single cloud console to manage your networking, compute, storage. All three pillars of IT are available via this one console. Anybody can get to the console or create your own account. It's at greenlake.hpe.com. You can go out there, sign up for an account. If you don't have any products licensed, then there's not too much to do, but you can only see the platform. And that's what I'm going to show you next is a screenshot. So this is the GreenLake Cloud Platform. There's Aruba Central for networking, Data Services Cloud Console for data and storage, what I'm talking to today, Compute Ops Management for your servers, and then we've got the GreenLake Central as well. So everything GreenLake is available via greenlake.hpe.com, and just create an account. So on the platform is DSCC, the Data Services Cloud Console, and you can see the tiles that we have and will have in the future. Importantly, I'm going to talk about backup and recovery. One tile you don't see is GreenLake for disaster recovery. We've announced that. That happened April 4th, which was a huge announcement for us. We had 4 major product announcements, and GreenLake for disaster recovery was one of them. And I'll talk to the fact that I just told you what Zerto is. GreenLake for disaster recovery is Zerto on our GreenLake Cloud Platform. So it's under the covers, and it's a companion to backup and recovery. So let's take a look at a little bit nuts and bolts on the platform. So Data Services Cloud Console is a layer of services and infrastructure. So the bottom is the infrastructure. That's the hardware. That's our arrays like Electra 9000, Electra 6000, Nimble, you might know that name, Primera. So those are the infrastructure or the hardware that they can't do anything without infrastructure services enabling them. So we've got block service, so you can make your arrays serve up blocks. We've got Fleet Manager, so you can manage multiple arrays in your environment. And then once we've got that, the Cloud Data Services lets you do stuff with data. You're going to move it, store it, analyze it, back it up, very importantly. And that's where backup and recovery comes in, as well as GreenLake for disaster recovery. You can see there. So let's talk about backup and recovery. Oh, wait, one thing. This is an integration point. So this is a screenshot for GreenLake for HCI, and this is the HCI Manager. And by the way, this is the same look and feel as all of the products on our GreenLake Cloud Platform. Very easy to look at, very simple, very easy to navigate. So this is GreenLake for HCI Manager, and this is the dashboard of that. And the red box is where I want to draw your eyes. It says protection, if you can read that. The cool thing is when you build a workload in HCI Manager, the last question it asks you is, how do you want to protect this? And you select a protection policy and apply it, and you're done. So it's highly integrated between the services on the platform. And again, this is a single cloud console. No different URLs to go to. You stay within that cloud console. So backup and recovery, I'm going to build this out to talk to it. Importantly, protects only VMware environments, but you can do instant recovery via local snapshots. You can do rapid recovery via on-prem backups, and then you can push those backups off to the cloud for long-term retention. Importantly, we added over here across the hybrid cloud, we can now protect EC2 compute and EBS volumes out in AWS with our backup and recovery service. And importantly, in the service, we've built in the egress fees to the monthly cost. So there's no surprises if you have an outage with a mass restore. You're not going to have this huge egress bill at the end of that. So that's built into the service. We can back up to store once devices, and we can back up to pretty much any block device out there. So that's all of our arrays, an EMC product, a Pure product, any block device we can use as a backup target. And then, like I said earlier, we pushed backups off to the cloud. So you used to have to back up locally. In December, we implemented native cloud backup. So you can back up direct to the cloud now. And this is delivered, again, via that cloud console. And I'm going to talk to a little bit about source-side dedupe and compression for space savings. And I'll get to that here shortly. But let's get a little bit on the security and security encryption side. So data in flight and at rest is encrypted with backup and recovery service. data is immutable. You can select immutable backups, immutable snapshots, and immutable backups out in the cloud. There's dual authorization so that non-immutable backups or traditional backups can't be deleted by any one person. There's a virtual air gap via that backup to the cloud. And then there's the 3211 rule that we can accomplish via 3 copies, 2 different media, 1 offsite, and 1 that is air gapped. Importantly, there's a free trial for backup and recovery. This is a 90-day free trial. There's a link here, but you can't get to the link. If you go to hpe.com and just search backup and recovery, there's a main page for this, and it's right on that main page. It's unlimited VMs and up to 5 terabytes in the cloud that you can protect for 90 days to try the product out. And then all you'd have to simply do is place a purchase, and we'll send you a license key to activate it, and you're up and running. And then my last slide is something for you to think through. So we're talking about ransomware, and I showed you that complex solution that had 3 different arrays, and it had air gaps and all that other stuff. Backup and recovery itself provides protection from ransomware. You can do immutable backups so that they can't be deleted, and if there's an infection, you can go back to an immutable backup. Zerto, you can go back in time 5 seconds up to 30 days. And so in that realm, do you know how much downtime costs you? Because that's a huge part of recovering from ransomware is downtime. And so on the Zerto website, if you go to zerto.com, there's a downtime calculator. And this is, I've got a screenshot of what I was doing, but I basically, I buy computer gear from Newegg. And so I looked at Dun & Bradstreet, and they are a roughly $2 billion a year company, and a little over 1,000 employees. And then, I don't know their business, but assuming their e-commerce site went down, that's 100% of sales impacted. And then the productivity hit. I assume that there are people that could still work through an outage, probably warehouse people, things like that. And then lastly, the per hour cost of that downtime. And the tool guided you to $150 to $200 an hour. I scaled that back to $100 because they may have lower paid people that work in the warehouse. And plus, I was being conservative. So ultimately, what happens? You can see that big red box. I was playing with the tool for 10 minutes, and it's $50,000 in 10 minutes. And you can boil that down to, if you look at the total loss per minute, it's right at $5,000 per minute. So yeah, if you don't know how much your downtime costs, this is a great tool. Go plug your company metrics in there, and you can see where you sit and get an idea of how much it might cost. So yeah, there's a lot around ransomware to really digest. NIST, like I said, is a great place if you want to really get into detail, but we HPE have experts that can coach you through this, and again, build a solution that is the right solution for you with the kind of breadth of products that we have. I've given you a little taste of that today. So that's a wrap for me. Thanks for attending, and I'll stop there.
All right, Ken, great overview of HPE Zerto and GreenLake solution. Are you ready for some questions?
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah, and I've got the poll up here for everybody. Just any additional information that y'all like about HPE, and I've got to say that downtime tool is really interesting. I'm looking forward to getting in and playing around with that. Yeah. So let's get into some of the questions here. Here's what: does HPE have products that can detect cyber attacks?
Boy, that's a great question, and I think the answer is kind of a spectrum. It's yes and no. So we do have products that can detect, but I don't think any one product in the industry is a infallible detection method. I think we have tools that can be used to help in that arena. I don't think there's any one product that's infallible with that.
Oh, okay. All right. There's a question here from Kirby, who's wondering how often are your releases for new features? What is sort of the cadence philosophy there?
Okay, interesting question, and there's a couple of answers to that. So our new backup and recovery service that I kind of talked to, that's a new kind of technology within HPE. We've been a very hardware-centric company for many years, and that is, of course, software-based, software as a service. And so that actually has a cadence of 4 to 5 weeks that we release new features. So pretty fast cadence, whereas products like Zerto have slower cadences.
Okay, gotcha. Here's one. They're asking, what does HPE have to prevent or protect from cyber attacks?
Well, on the prevent side, I talked about Aruba, and we've got the Zero Trust, and I'm drawing a blank on what I presented now, but yeah, Aruba has a lot on the prevent side. Then on the detect, we have actually, I can't talk much about it, but we have something very exciting coming out in the next probably 4 to 6 months. So stay tuned. We've got a pretty cool announcement coming.
Okay, great. And maybe the last one here, is there a single product or set of products to protect from cyber attacks?
Well, yeah. So I think I showed that very busy solution that we had, that reference architecture. So we HPE carrying pretty much all data center gear and software, we can build any number of solutions to meet your specific needs. But yeah, it's not a single product. It's going to be a set of products and configuration and deployment of those products to meet your needs. But yeah, we can build those solutions.
Okay, all right. So we're probably right up on time here, Ken. But just one last question, which is, HPE, big company, a lot of products. But if somebody's really thinking about sort of these backup kind of issues and data protection, is there a good place for them to start?
Yeah, I guess what I would do is start with your reseller, or if you know your HPE seller, start there. We've got many experts in varying different fields, but like our CTOs, Chief Technologist Officers, are a great place that they would pull you to. And then we've got, like I talked about that security and ransomware session for a full hour, and it was like 50 or 60 slides. So we've got a ton of resources on hpe.com around that as well.
Okay. All right. Super. Well, Ken, thank you so much for coming on and bringing us up to speed on HPE.
Yeah. Well, hey, thanks very much for having me.
All right, and now it's time for our next prize drawing, and the winner of the $300 Amazon gift card here is Zenish Nupain from Virginia. So congratulations to Zenish. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And with that, believe it or not, it is time for our final presentation of the day in the Building Your Ransomware Preparedness Plan MegaCast. And this session comes from Palo Alto Networks. And here for Palo Alto is Leanne Peltzer, who's Consulting Director. Leanne, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Really looking forward to the conversation today.
Looking forward to your presentation. Yeah, take it away.
All right, sounds great. Hello, everyone. So today I'm here to talk with you all about building your ransomware preparedness plan by presenting a few considerations to reinforce your readiness. I'm also going to go through and explain how Unit 42's elite digital forensics and incident response team leverages a internal methodology to run a successful incident triage each and every time. Like mentioned before, my name is Leanne Peltzer. I'm a consulting director here at Palo Alto Networks. I also am the Palo Alto Networks Global Service Lead for our cybersecurity risk assessment and cybersecurity program development service offerings. I spent a lot of time in the Big Four before joining Palo Alto Networks. I was with Deloitte for a number of years, sort of cutting my teeth on Big Four consulting, made the jump to a more technical firm and never looked back. And now I am in front of you today. So before we jump into the meat and potatoes, I want to set the stage of ransomware today. So I have a couple sort of overarching statements that I want to run through real quick. So No coincidence that healthcare and financial services organizations are the top targeted industry by ransomware threat actors and ransomware gangs. Each of these sectors have a sea of sensitive data, including PHI and PII, which makes them very, very attractive to cyber criminals. So if you are an attendee today within the healthcare or financial services verticals, this presentation may be of extra interest to you just because of what we are seeing out in the field. Along that same line, we're also seeing that ransomware monetary demand amounts are trending up. So $8.5 million US was the largest payment that Unit 42 observed in the past 12 months. However, the average demand, while we were successful with negotiation, it was still $2.2 million, which is a 144% increase since 2020. So we can see that ransomware monetary demand amounts are growing and they are not losing traction. We're also seeing that threat actors are adding data exfiltration and extortion as additional components of their objectives. So it doesn't necessarily matter if you have backups, because threat actors are choosing to threaten to publish or sell data that they compromise. And we'll go a little bit more into this in about 2 slides, but double and triple extortion are really becoming the norm within the ransomware landscape. And of course, this also introduces a slew of regulatory and reputational concerns beyond just your conventional access problems involving getting to encrypted files or systems. And finally, we're seeing that threat actors are really capitalizing on the migration of email to the cloud. Why? Because of the skills gap. Because cloud is a relatively new technology, it's becoming more and more widespread. Organizations are allocating more of their budget to make all their cloud dreams come true. It is relatively nascent in its maturity. And the folks who truly are cloud experts are few and far between. So this means that there's more of a chance for misconfigurations or insecure workloads to kind of sneak into your cloud ecosystem. Where as an industry, we're still figuring out the best way to secure the cloud, and threat actors know this. So they're taking the time to really kick the tires on all cloud infrastructure and really find those weak points that they can use to accomplish their objectives. So next I want to talk about the varying degrees of impact when it comes to the ransomware lifecycle. So before we dive into the realm of preparedness and response, I really think it's important to kind of set the stage by understanding what a threat actor does and also the impact of the threat actor when it comes to dispelling ransomware. So as you can see in this visual, and I'm going to run through it kind of quickly, but there's many steps that come before the actual ransomware is deployed and it actually lays impact on the environment. And these phases come from the kill chain that I'm sure you're all familiar with. But it's important to note that there are a lot of steps involved before the threat actor actually achieves their actions or mission objectives. So from reconnaissance to delivery to the exploitation of potential weaknesses within the environment, which may involve the installation of things like malware to sort of progress the attack or access provisions forward. And then, of course, persistence and lateral movement. All of this comes before the threat actor is able to actually achieve their objectives and lock up files or get money. Honestly, that is usually the goal of cyber criminals, is to get money. So as a result, there's sort of varying degrees of impact, all of which are tied to intent, capability, and the resources that a threat actor may have. So some sort of action impact examples that directly correspond to the different phases of that kill chain right there. We may see things like systems rendered inaccessible due to encryption, right? We may see the potential to degrade the integrity of data or destroy backups. And finally, like I mentioned before, we may even see multi-extortion. Really, whatever sort of methodology or tactic or technique that the threat actor needs to leverage to accomplish their objective, they're going to do. And there may be a variety of action impacts that arise from that. But really, the big thing we're seeing is that extortion tactic trends are changing over time. Multi-extortion is the new norm. So threat actors are using this when they want to apply additional pressure. So, for example, with encryption, the victim would pay to regain access to scrambled data and compromised computer systems that stop working because key files are encrypted. There's also data theft, right? The hackers may release sensitive information if a ransom is not paid. And this trend really took off in 2020. It was beyond the realm of just prohibiting access or encrypting files. We found that threat actors were going to monetize on the illicit access no matter what way they could. We also see denial of service. So ransomware gangs may launch denial of service attacks to shut down a victim's public websites. This obviously can have a very, very large impact, both from a reputational standpoint as well as a business financial standpoint if they're not able to deliver critical services to customers. We also see a lot of harassment. So cyber criminals may contact customers, business partners, employees, even the media, and tell them that the organization was hacked. All of these four components are really leveraged ultimately to get you to pay the ransom. And as you could see in the graphic to the right, the majority multi-extortion technique that is used the most is data theft. It is no longer just about whether or not an organization has adequate backups that can restore access to key files or services or systems. Threat actors are going a step further, and they're threatening to sell data either on the dark web, to leak it publicly. We've seen some leaks on Pastebin. Really, anything they can do in order to apply pressure and get you to pay a ransom. Now, in terms of preparedness, there's a few things that I want to share with you all today that you should consider incorporating within your incident response plan. So first off, we have your chain of command. Now, stakeholders are really a pain point that we see, or stakeholder coordination is a pain point that we see in a lot of our clients, especially when it comes to technical versus non-technical stakeholders who may not interact in the day-to-day, and suddenly in a high-pressure environment, they are working together in order to figure out how to triage the attack at hand. It's really important to identify these stakeholders as well as their roles and responsibilities up front. And on my next slide, I'll go a little bit more into just how wide the stakeholder interest is, but it really is essential that you do use something like a RACI matrix in order to figure out who is going to make business decisions. And this could be anyone from the most important business decision when it comes to ransomware, or one of the most important, is pay or no pay, right? Who's going to make that decision? Is it the board of directors? Is it the CEO? Is it the CFO? And what is their stance? What are the parameters around pay or no pay? Hashing those details out well ahead of time, you will always give you a return on your investment when you're having the worst day possible at work and trying to triage a ransomware attack. And then also determine who is leading incident response efforts. Do you need your strategy team, or do you need a PM? Who is going to have the technical knowledge and also the stakeholder relationships that they are the best person to align to herd the cats? And really make sure the ducks are in a row and that you can actually have a fruitful triage event. And then one other thing I always like to mention is figure out how much your board, if you have a board, your board of directors would like to be involved. Do they want updates at all? Do they just want a call at the end of the night? Do they want hourly updates? figuring those things out well ahead of time just leads to a smoother response effort overall and ensures that your stakeholders are getting the information they need. Next up, which is the thorn in everyone's side, is of course budget. So your EDR or XDR or attack surface management solutions, they have varying degrees of complexity and of course price, but regardless, you do need one that meets your goals and objectives. I always caution my clients to do their due diligence there. Don't just grab the first EDR, XDR vendor who comes to you. Really find the one that fits with your architecture, that if you have an in-house stock that your folks are comfortable using, hopefully something that you can incorporate automated playbooks into, but really find the one that isn't necessarily the cheapest, but the one that fits your organization. If you have vendors, you may want to, or if you have budget for outside vendors, you may want to consider things like outside counsel, IR forensics, an MDR, POC, or a public relations POC. Now, it's not just enough to get an SLA in place with these vendors. I always like to encourage my clients to take the time to get to know these folks. Make sure you know your direct POC at outside counsel. You don't just know the name of the law firm, but you know if you are triaging an incident, who is going to be on the phone with you. Start building a relationship with those people and make sure that they're familiar with your organization's unique incident response procedures and practices. Also, your tech stack or anything else they need to know, regulatory considerations. Make sure that the foundation is strong, that these third-party vendors have the opportunity to help you reach your best success possible. And then training, of course, that's going to give you your best return on your investment. The best thing you could do is train your people both from a preventative standpoint, so things like not clicking phishing links, not, you find a USB port, you find a USB drive in the parking lot, don't plug it into your computer, kind of that old school trick, anything like that. But also taking the time to make sure your stock is well trained, make sure your analysts are well trained, make sure that your governance, risk, and compliance team is well trained, your exec team, really taking the time to give those different stakeholders individualized training always has a fantastic return on your investment. Asset inventory, I sort of like to sum up by saying that you can't protect what you do not know exists. It's really important that you are managing your assets. And this isn't just identifying your assets, but also making sure that you have a handle on them, making sure that you can force patching, making sure that you can take control of a rogue device. So with BYOD, for instance, becoming more prolific and the workforce sort of switching to remote, it's really important that you have like an MDM sort of solution, especially just to make sure that you have a handle on your asset inventory. And then finally, when it comes to your IR strategy, things like data preservation. How are you going to make sure that you're adequately preserving your data, not only to help with the triage and the analysis, but to meet any regulatory requirements and reporting? Make sure that your insurance, your cyber insurance, if you have it, has the information that it needs in order to complete a paper trail on everything. How are you going to preserve that data, those logs, images, snapshots? And then for restoration, this is another really, really significant pain point. A lot of organizations, they kind of classify everything as a crown jewel, and they don't rack and stack sort of what should be restored first, second, what dependent application or system dependencies exist. Very, very complicated to figure out, but it's really, really critical because when it comes down to it, you want to restore your crown jewels and your critical services and things that your customers are relying on first and foremost. And if you don't have those services, applications, or systems differentiated, then ultimately you're going to kind of be spinning the wheel and scratching your head a lot when it comes to choosing what to restore first versus what can wait. Okay, so this slide I just want to show real quick because I mentioned that stakeholder coordination is definitely a thorn in the sides of a lot of organizations. This is just to show you a sampling of how complex stakeholder alignment is. It goes beyond just, your technical and non-technical. It also has the component of internal and external. Now you're on other people outside of your organization's time schedules. You're trying to coordinate phone numbers, like getting the adequate contact information for people inside your organization is one thing, but outside your organization is a totally other thing, and just sort of playing phone tag. So I always like to show this graphic just so folks see the value in something like a RACI matrix, which stands for responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. When you figure out how these technical and non-technical, internal and external stakeholders fit into the incident response process, and you flesh out their roles and responsibilities within something like a RACI matrix, it makes the incident response process a whole lot easier, because you're not wondering who is on call to do what, who is responsible for what, and the process just flows a lot better. And now, finally, I want to take a few minutes to cover the threat intelligence informed framework that Unit 42 uses to help our clients respond to incidents. So whether we're helping a retainer client or we receive a referral from an insurance company or a law firm, ultimately our methodology follows the 5 steps on your screen right now. So scope, investigate, secure, support and report, and then finally transform. And it's all underpinned by the threat intelligence component. Our approach is aligned with industry best frameworks, so think things like the NIST security framework, but it reflects our relationship coming in as a third party as well. So we incorporate our learnings from the thousands of incidents we've helped organizations respond to, in addition to industry best practices and standards. And ultimately, what you're seeing on your screen is the framework that we leverage to respond to any incident response matter. First, and as quickly as we can, it's critical that we scope out the situation, and we really do take pride in our speed. Our internal goal, for everyone's awareness, is for us to respond in sub 15 minutes. However, we kind of like to have fun with it and go as fast as we can. So our average right now is about 6 minutes, and we're very, very proud of that. It doesn't matter what time it is, you will have someone on the phone very, very quickly. So here we really seek to quickly understand what's known about the incident. So what systems are implicated? What are the facts? What's been done already in terms of response? And then we often provide immediate containment recommendations here. So once again, it doesn't matter if it's the middle of the night, we're going to get the facts, figure out what's happening, and then give you some recommendations right off the bat where appropriate. Maybe things like changing passwords, disabling remote access, taking a system offline, really whatever is appropriate for that circumstance. But it's very important that we get scoping right, because accurately understanding the details of the incident enables us to figure out who the best resources are and what skill sets are required to give that organization the most fruitful response effort. Also, we figure out any details about cyber insurance and figure out how we can ensure that our investigation methodology easily fits into any requirements for your particular cyber insurance. But ultimately, we understand that our clients are looking for a partner that they can trust about just the access to their people, to their environment, and someone who has their back. So the scope is very, very important, just so we can lay that strong foundation and really come in hitting the ground running. Next up, we deploy our team. So we figure out what skill sets are needed, who the best fit is. We deploy our team, and we work in parallel. Our work streams investigate the incident, and we also make sure that the client is secure. And you can see there's sort of a feedback loop going on there. The investigation really includes the steps that we take to get visibility into the client systems. We want to really understand what the cybersecurity ecosystem looks like. Meanwhile, we want to collect any relevant evidence and identify the extent of threat actor activity. A lot of times we use the MITRE attack framework to understand what tactics, techniques, and procedures are being leveraged. Or in other words, we're really during this step, we're trying to figure out how did they get in, what did they do, what did they take, if anything. It's really the who, what, where, when at this point. And then that secure component, securing the client is really about the steps we take to make sure that the incident is contained and that we eradicate the threat and that the client can recover from the incident, right? So we use our investigation findings along with insights from the embedded threat intelligence analyst to work with the client and implement a custom containment and eradication strategy that works best for their environment. So this could be things like deleting malware binaries, changing a password or passwords, quarantining a host, disabling remote access or network segmentation, or figuring out network segmentation changes. Really, the solution that we propose depends on the client's unique circumstances, but we really take pride in tailoring our solutions to our client's unique needs. So whatever we propose is going to be specifically for that organization. But a common component in securing our clients is the 24/7 monitoring of coverage of Cortex XDR with custom rules and IOCs. That's something we like to encourage our clients to use if they don't have an EDR XDR tool or their tool is not doing its job or not configured how it should be. We take the time to implement custom rules given the specific organizational infrastructure and our understanding of how the incident is unfolding. And this can also help in the eradication of specific malware binaries or ongoing persistence techniques. For support and report, this really is the reporting of our findings as well as any other supporting services to get the client back on their feet. So this could be something like preparing findings for counsel or maybe the board of directors or your CXO, really your CEO, your CFO, any sort of business leader. But the goal here, we center ourselves around having clear, defensible outcomes. And we also want to make sure that we're protecting the confidentiality of any of our findings. So we want to maintain client attorney privilege where it's appropriate. And really just make sure that those findings are rooted in fact and that it's clear for anyone, regardless of their technical expertise, to understand what was happening. The support phase can also include things like ransomware negotiations. So for instance, payment facilitation. So for this, we have a proof of life protocol where we confirm the keys work before payment and then ultimately assist with decryption. We would answer any questions about the procuring of Bitcoin or help you figure out how to triage that process. In the event of data exfiltration, we may do things like data analytics, really figuring out the quantification of data at risk because of access or exfiltration. If you have it in S3 bucket or email account, we really figure out kind of what the blast radius is for that and what that may encompass. In the event of any destructive malware like ransomware, we always advise clients on the best approach to ultimately restore data and bring systems up online. And in some cases, this does involve on-site remediation. So we will deploy boots to the ground and we will sit there and really help the incident commander and the response team drive home wherever possible to make sure that they're getting the support they need. And then finally is the transform bucket, which really includes how we take those lessons learned from the incident to help our clients implement long-lasting improvements to their overall InfoSec program. So at the end of the engagement, our goal is to have the client in an uncompromised state and to really help bolster their security posture against future and similar attacks. So this may include something, for instance, like SOC transformation. Really, the outcome of the transformation pillar depends on, once again, I said a lot, I'll say it again, the unique circumstances of the client. So SOC transformation, maybe MDR, or investment in new security controls or technology such as Cortex XDR. Whatever glove fits the client best is always going to be our recommendation. We want to make sure that we position ourselves as a trusted advisor. So no matter, there's never going to be a generic recommendation. It will always be tailored to our client. And then just want to call out real quick that threat intelligence really underpins this entire process. So in each step above the scope, investigate, secure, support and report, and transform, we leverage our threat intelligence expertise, which includes the threat telemetry of over 85,000 customers, including things like endpoint, network, and cloud, in addition to the 1,000+ incident response engagements that Unit 42 performs each year. So this threat intelligence is essential because it informs what we know about the threat actor, their TTPs, how they typically engage with the other organizations that they're holding as victims, as well as how to contain and remediate and recover quickly. And I say quickly because time is of the essence always from the incident. And if you'd like to learn more, Unit 42 did just put out their 2023 ransomware and extortion report. So you can get insights from Unit 42 incident response cases, threat intelligence, and leak sites. And if you scan that little QR code right there, you will be brought to a location to download your copy. And that's all I have for you all today.
All right, awesome. Yeah, so Leanne, thanks for sharing that info. I can just say Palo Alto's Unit 42 is a great resource for the entire security community, and it's great to see some of that threat intelligence put into context here. And then your experience working with clients is really interesting. In fact, I have some questions in addition to the audience questions, but let me put the poll up here for everybody. Just for additional information you'd like about Palo Alto, and there's also a link in your handouts, which is the stages of a ransomware attack. But Leanne, a lot of the frameworks that you presented seem like they'd be really good to build into tabletop exercises, and especially things like including resources from outside the organization, like legal or cyber insurance. Do you notice a difference in working with clients who've done comprehensive tabletop exercises versus those who haven't?
200%. Absolutely. I always tell my clients, as a rule of thumb, they should be doing a technical and a non-technical tabletop exercise every year. It is really essential to keep those muscles well lubricated, because if you aren't practicing your incident response policies, procedures, or standards, anything, your internal sort of playbook, if you will, then the chances of you acting at a caliber that you need to act in order to give your organization the best chance of responding are slim to none. Because if I'm being frank, your brain is just not firing on all cylinders when you're undergoing a ransomware attack. And anyone on this call who has triaged one before will be like, yeah, she's right. Because at some point, you are not sleeping, you are not showering, you have not seen your family in days, unfortunately. You are lucky if you are eating. So you're, in addition to all the stress on your shoulders, like, your brain is just not firing. Like, imagine if you had just gotten your driver's license and you're driving in like New York City, Manhattan traffic, and you had never practiced. It just wouldn't work out. So it's really, really essential for you to practice when the stakes are low and the environment is more relaxed, because if you don't, you will fall flat on your face. And we have seen it times and times again. People get very, very frazzled in an already stressful environment. Another thing that I just always like to say, and it's not even technical in nature, but it's really essential to know how your colleagues deal with stress, because it is enough to make anyone have a breakdown, and especially if your threat actor is harassing you on top of things and you have, all these regulatory components as well. If you don't have strong relationships with the people you're going to be working with while you're undergoing this extremely stressful situation, you guys just won't perform as the high-functioning team that you need to. So the tabletop exercise is an opportunity to just focus on nothing but cyber for a couple hours with people who you may not work with every day, and to get to know them and to reinforce those relationships to give you the best chance to function as a strong team.
Really interesting. Are there other deliverables in sort of stakeholder alignment, other than tabletop exercises that you like to see when you're coming in on in an incident?
Yeah, so that stakeholder quadrant that I brought up, I'm really glad you asked that question. So that quadrant really was for me to kind of hammer home the fact that RACI matrices are just so invaluable. RACI matrices, at least when Unit 42 makes them, we never make them. We will go through, and I have sat up many nights on these engagements, and they're definitely not the most interesting, but they're very, very critical. And we will go through and we will discuss each step of the incident response life cycle. And we will go through and we will figure out who is responsible, who is accountable, who is consulted, who is informed. And we will have those folks on the line as well, so they can say, I don't really want to do that. Or they'll say, hey, why is this person not involved in this? Because it's really, really important for people to have their thumbprint when you're figuring out roles and responsibilities. You don't want a division or a team to figure out, hey, you guys are accountable for this process in the incident response life cycle on the day when you're triaging an incident. And you don't want them to say, excuse me, no, we know nothing about that. We're not doing that. Make sure that everyone has a thumbprint in figuring out who is responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. And secondly, go back and update that RACI matrix. It's not enough. The first time will be the hardest always because you're starting from scratch usually. But the second time, it'll get easier. You get the stakeholders in there. You can go a lot faster. First time, it's a headache. Second time, a lot better. But make sure you're updating it at least annually or when there's a change in organization alignment or structure or even business leaders.
Gotcha. Well, I'd love to keep you on all day because I could ask you questions all day long. But one last question here from Rick, who's wondering what timeline is recommended for communicating an attack to the public?
For
an occurrence
communicating
after the situation's been mitigated. For communicating to the public.
To the public, yeah. So it really depends on what services are impacted. Now, why do I say that? Because if you are an organization, I don't want to use any names or anything, but if you're an organization and you've been sitting on an attack for a couple weeks and your customers know something fishy is going on, but they don't find out until months later that, hey, all of their sensitive data is now floating around the dark web, you are going to really soil your reputation there. So it's a very personal decision with the business leaders. So do you communicate early and often? Do you communicate after everything is fine? So you can say, don't worry, everything's fine, we fixed it. I mean, the decision's ultimately yours. I will say, I do a lot of expert testimony on cybersecurity breaches, and usually in those settlements, they'll have the folks who are filing the class action lawsuit will say over and over again, they're like, they didn't tell us for 6 months or they didn't tell us for a year. And that is a point. That's a point of contention. So usually you want to communicate early. However, you don't want to communicate carelessly. You want to take the time to run what you want to say through your marketing team, through internal and external counsel. And if you have it through a PR POC to really make sure that you're doing the sort of reputational management that you need to be doing.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, Leanne, I think we're out of time, so we're going to have to leave it there. But thank you so much for this discussion and for your answers here in Q&A. Really appreciate it. All right. And now it's time for our last prize drawing. It's hard to believe we were at the last one, but it's been a great event, and here's the last drawing. So the winner of the final $300 Amazon gift card is Rosemary Marino from Georgia, and the winner of our final grand prize, Microsoft Surface Pro 9, is Dennis Teague from Indiana. So congratulations to Rosemary and to Dennis. We will be in touch about claiming your prizes. And with that, I do have one final poll for you. So here at Actual Tech Media, we can arrange dedicated meetings with the vendors that you're interested in learning more about. So if there are any of the vendors from today who you'd be interested in connecting with, let us know here. You can click on as many as you like. Once whichever ones, we'll just reach out to you with the email that you registered with. But yeah, just let us know, and I'm going to leave that poll up there for just a minute to give everybody an opportunity, just to go through that and flag any companies that they'd love to hear some more from. Meanwhile, if you were watching the event today and thinking this type of event would be the ideal platform to tell folks about your platform or solution, we'd love to hear from you to help determine which of our hundreds of events each year would be a good fit for you. So you can contact us at connect@actualtechmedia.com. Again, that's connect@actualtechmedia.com. Okay, well, thanks to everybody who filled out that poll. Really appreciate it. And with that, on behalf of the Actual Tech Media team, I want to thank all of our presenters today for putting together such great presentations and demos. Really hope that they've helped you, build your ransomware preparedness plan or think about how to build that plan. So a big thank you goes out to KnowBe4, Zscaler, Veeam, Rubrik, Axis Security, Cohesity, Red Canary, HPE, and Palo Alto Networks. Again, check out those handouts for more information from any of those participants. Meanwhile, we really hope that you got some value out of this event, and we've got another great one coming up later this week that I'd like to draw your attention to. It's an expert series event. It's called Practical AI, What Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning Can Do for IT and Business Today. You guys, I'm sure, have all been playing with ChatGPT and DALL-E, there's so many applications. There's also the idea of timelines. How long do we have before AI takes over the world? But our focus on Friday will be about what you can do with AI stuff now, for your IT department and for your business. So check it out. It's going to be a great event. Now, finally, last but not least, I'd just really like to thank all of you for attending today's MegaCast from Actual Tech Media and for all of your questions. Your questions really help these events go. Those are the engines that make these events that they are. So thanks for coming. Thanks for asking your questions. That concludes today's event. Have a fantastic rest of your day.